a different level of partnership with the core guys that I'm working with. They're willing to start taking that next step with me. Welcome. You are part of a powerful solution to a mega crisis. If you like what I'm about to say to you, which is that, oh, I'm getting a phone call. Why am I getting a phone call? Good morning.
Good morning, Mark. This is Angie with Board
on the phone, even though I'm trying to cook my meal. Totally forgot about that call, by the way. My reminders are not working. Lots of things are piling up. Okay, well that was an interesting. That email is off. Interestingly, okay, we're just cooking. There's too much stuff happening. More legal, more legal, more legal. I can't get out of the chair, so I'm just physically getting out of the chair because I'm not going to miss this meal again. Okay, so here's the eclair. Um, that smells good. So this one's brown like it's supposed to be. Supposed to be a big one that I'll try and fill. So let's see if our ganache is there. Mm. There is a lot happening here. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Did I really have that much? 10, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Wow, that's shocking. Hmm. So much for the cooking. On. Yeah, that was well, it kind of was expected, but kind of forgot about it again. Because these external opportunities are so unlikely to lead to anything. Okay, now I'm tired. It's 11 o'clock. The whole morning is gone. Oh, I have to do one more thing with Joe. Mm. Oh, wow. I'm going to get tired here in a second if I don't keep going. Hmm. It's funny, it's got this timing going on. It's like I'm trying to finish these tasks, but they're all timed just enough to keep me going. Like as soon as I'm done this, something else will come up. Ugh.
I fear we are losing the plot here because that is not how this is going to go. The thing is that AI exists. It exists. It's a technology that's here on planet Earth today, and it's been around for it is already in so many systems that even if you're not going on intentionally an LLM chatbot commercial product, it's in systems that you cannot.
Oh my gosh. It's a Monday. What do I expect, right? My neck is already sore. Lots of messages coming in. Oh, there's something broken here. Whoa, glitch. Okay, that's this will all be going while I'm cooking, so I have something to look at when I'm done cooking or between meals or when I'm about to nap. Okay. Oh man, I am tired and now I'm hungry. Now by the time I'm done cooking, I'll be eating, then I'll be really hungry, and then I won't be cooking. That's what's happening. It's like a cycle. Hi Tamana, that's really exciting. I have been swamped. We have a fairly decent team growing now, so that's what I've been focusing on. I've been spending too much time on other people's initiatives, and I'm concerned that they're not really going in the direction that needs to go. We need to go in time, which means to get AI from not enslaving us or putting us into the suboptimal reality or annihilating us. But even this grinding reality is concerning of where it's going to be coming in. So that's kind of what's been happening. I've been trying to get back on this hunger strike. There's a lot of things that have delayed, but there are some pretty exciting things that are happening. So the court case, especially last week, was really bad. There's a conflict of interest with a judge, and they're just crushing me. There's like no real justice in the court system. Uh, Not for cases that actually have real complex systemic issues underneath them. So it's a popularity contest, and it's a seniority complex. It's not what justice is supposed to be in God's government. So, but yes, we're focusing. We got 12 people in our meetings doing flow rolls now. I'm trying to get to 36 people, trying to raise some actual funds, making these meetings a new form of court, which we've already discussed and was really cool for us to do once already. So that's where we're at. And I tried to work with the other guy. There's just too much. There's just too much fragmentation and a bit too much ego in the environment. So it takes too long to build meaningful partnerships. Um, and I want to have a clear criterion on who really has the wisdom. You know what I mean? And how do you share that wisdom so that we're not leaving anybody behind, but we're also not giving to deception or delusions or things like that. So that's what I'm focusing on right now. It's working. Yeah, I mean, you can join them. Actually, you know what? If you want to come on February 21st, that would be a really nice meeting. That's where we're going to try and have all 36 people. And if you have a couple of people that could come and participate, that'd be great. In the actual roles, though. But if you want to come and participate normally, well, I'm torn a little bit because we want people to come and actually do the roles. Otherwise, it's just normal, people just vying for power and not really trying to work together. So, yeah, we're trying to solve that problem. That problem is the main one, right? So, we'll see how it goes. But it would be great to see you. And it looks like you're having success with the CEO stuff, which is really inspiring. And I hope you're able to get some of those ideas out there that are really important. So, it's cool learning all of the stuff you got going on here. I've been swamped. I've had to slow down the connections with everybody and really focus on growing the actual meetings where people solve that fragmentation. The problem is not that there's a bunch of people who want to do things. The problem is that when they do connect, it doesn't lead anywhere except for the people who have the Pareto categories, which are the high IQs, the beautiful faces, the social connections, the wealth, the body beauty, or the culturedness, right? And that's just centrist power. That's not wisdom. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay. Okay, great. Did you get confirmations from your flock from Rimsha and Fabiha? It seems like Rimsha is trying to, I don't know, there's something going on there. So figure out what it is. And is Fabiha still interested in going in the flock? Let Abubechi know. And yeah, make sure they're prepared because they're doing some kind of weird avoidance thing. They're not understanding. They're like, now they're holding up like, wow, we're going to really hold you to your fire, feet to your fire. It's like, well, don't hold us. Hold Usman. Usman's the problem right now. And they're just going to hold out. And it's just like, well, it's not honest. It's like, we asked you to come do the roles. We're giving you multiple chances. Now you're like restricting until the role gets done. It's like a weird, bizarre thing with Pakistan, where it's like you get right to the point of actually getting a good job done, and it doesn't ever get done. It's the most bizarre thing in the world. Like, I'm predicting right now that if they don't come tomorrow, it's going to turn into one of these weird episodes where they just will not do it until you pay an exorbitant amount that's not really fair to us, which is going to be bizarre, right? So, like, they'll keep coming to the meetings but not doing the roles. Like, they might show up late again, or they might, like, something like that keeps happening where it's not actually, there's like an ideological something going on there. It's really curious. It's really bizarre, Esther. That's why we don't want to let up on it, because I think there's a nuclear dialectic there that will uncover some kind of schism in Islam or in that way of doing work. And every culture has a version of this, but this is Islam's version potentially, right? It could just be a Pakistan thing. It could just be a small sector of the Pakistan. We're not going to generalize to everybody yet, but I'm just noticing that with, you know, the 10 Muslim Pakistanis that we've dealt with, it's the same kind of pattern with people who have Pareto categories, right? So it's like there's no structure. There's like no, I don't know, it's like a form of ADHD or something. So I want to stay on that. And if she starts to evade it, there are really good social manipulators. We want to really stick on it. And people will say, well, why are you going so hard? Why are you going so hard? Because there's a simmering nuclear dialectic. And we want to get those out because they undermine, it only takes one person to undermine a culture. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. So we have to make sure that that's addressed. And you guys are good. You, Abu Bechi, even France. In the beginning, France was a little bit iffy, but France is coming through, it looks like. But yes, try and get them actually trained up and stay on that. And stay on that. And if they're not doing it, it's like, okay, well, this is one of those sad episodes where I'm just going to have to, like, mark this down, and then when we raise money, address it later when they explode, and then they're going to want $1,500. But by that point, we're going to have lots of money, and then we're going to pay that, and then we're like, oh, I guess it's real. They might also stay vindictive about it unless we get the nuclear dialectic uncovered, because the money will never solve that. It's an ideological problem. So, yes, I didn't hear anything from Betsy on further confirmations, but we need to get 12 people tomorrow, so I'm just going to cancel it. And yeah, it's intense what's going on. And yeah, just use the simple rules. If you've already been accredited in a role, you got to do a different role unless you want it to be honorary. Like, that's pretty much the rule that we're experimenting with. And yeah, I'm starting to prepare for the 36 people, so we'll see how that goes. All right, good. I think we're actually caught up now, more or less. So, all right. Oh, now I'm tired. I'm exhausted and I'm hungry. So I'm not gonna make food. I'm gonna finish the eclairs at a minimum. Okay. So we're gonna take out the. We're gonna get our laptops and stuff set up here. These judicial reviews are going to be happening next year, so maybe that'll buy some time to undo all the damage being done now. Okay, so let's do this, and let's take our eclairs. Okay, We're starting the stream this morning. Here we go. I have nothing prepared. I'm just starting the stream because if I don't, I'm not going to do it. So it's going to get done. Okay, machine. Got it. All right, that's my biggest eclair. France, we're on full blast. I just can't get to this. Like I tried, I got 6.5 hours of sleep. I feel great. The whole morning is gone already. I can't believe it. But here's our eclairs ready to go. They're nice and cool. They're off their bands. They're not quite as fluffy as maybe they need to be, but they're good enough to fill with some filling, which we have chilling in the fridge because they said you need to put it in there to, I don't know, sit together. So here it is. I put it, the bag on there so it wouldn't get a film. If it has a film, it's really hard to pour. Oh, beautiful. So moist. Great. So, I'm rushing. Like, there's a lot of cool things that are happening, but a lot of it feels like distraction. Like, AI is starting to take over everything, and it's going to nudge you in ways that, in order to resist it or change things, you can't. You'll find that there's a psychological pressure that you can't articulate it, okay? So, I can't get this hunger strike done. And it's like, well, why don't you just focus on it? I am, but there's something about the meal that is challenging. And if I cut something out, I lose something. Like, I want this French meal to be a good vegan meal. To say that you can cook even French vegan. And French is challenging because there's not a lot of as much vegan options traditionally as other cuisines like India, which is easy for me because there's lots of things and spices and it's done. This, you got to make your own cheeses, and there's a bunch of sophisticated stuff you got to do. But in practice, it's actually not that hard. It's just that on top of that, there's a whole bunch of breaking of my dishes, and like I said in my previous videos, just everything is sort of falling. It's been 7 months, right? So I've been holding on. Even this court, like this morning, it was court that came in. It's Monday. So I got all these court emails. They're just slamming me with all these court fees, thousands of dollars, 10,000, they're trying to crush me. And I have 3 or 4 openings that if I have the public supporting me, it'll work out. It's just that court has turned into a popularity contest, unfortunately. I made this amazing case with AI. So the judges aren't just going against lowly self-representing litigants. They're going against AIs that actually have good capabilities. And the real AIs are passing the bar exam, the hard level exam that all the AI, all the lawyers take. It's doing well on it now. Right? Better than 90% of human lawyers. So it does make some mistakes, but if you know what to check for, which I now do, it's actually amazing. It's like, it's pretty substantial, even though it makes some degree of mistakes. And that's why lawyers are sort of freaked out by it. And it's overwhelming the courthouses too. Why the courts aren't booking any cases for like a year and a half. Or like a year. So I'm getting set up here. I gotta put my charger in. Okay. Alright. My setup is really challenging. So part 7, Monday 263. What is happening? Can you see me? Sort of. Good enough. French related in the background. Everything's a bit of a mess. I just went straight to bed last night. I'm tired. My neck is hurting. The lawyers are, trying to crush me, and they just are not accepting the arguments, even from hyper-intelligent AI that knows the law very well and is citing the right laws, not the made-up laws. And it's just like, I have these emails in these other cases that if they delete that, will cause me irreparable harm. And I proved it. And they have litigation, they have professional services. Like Google has Google Vault, which for litigation with universities is used. So this is a problem that the companies have developed legal solutions to that pertain to my exact situation. And the judge still doesn't acknowledge that it causes irreparable harm when there's this option that prevents irreparable harm in this exact situation. I have 10 actual case numbers, actual registered cases that you normally pay hundreds of dollars per application or per application filed. So if I didn't have a low-income fee waiver, that's $600 just in the applications, which is not like winning the actual court case. Wow. Come on. The problem is that Everything is so loose because I'm using a music stand rather than a real stand. Patience is a virtue right now, even though we're in an urgent mega crisis. So this is cold, and this is the pup cream. This is like not ganache, but it's like a pup cream. So it's chocolate. It's fair trade, certified chocolate. I have a little bit of chocolate left to put on top of the eclair up here, and a little bit for the maybe macarons. But only use fair trade certified chocolate, you guys. As you know, I've shown every single time that this is the logo that you want to look for. That guy right there, fair trade certified. It's certified, not fair trade, because there's a bunch of whitewashing on it, or a bunch of greenwashing. Fair trade certified, FTC, not just FT, FTC. All right. My signs are falling apart, so we're going to put our four-man signs back on, as we do every cooking session. And we got to cook the ratatouille because the vegetables are literally going bad. But first things first is I think we have to heat this up. Yeah, it's hard. Now the other sign is like I put one side together and the other side falls apart. Okay. Alright, hopefully your guys' mornings are going pretty okay. So let's get YouTube turned around here. So let's get this guy. I'm like rushing because I feel like if I don't rush, I'm not gonna get anything done. It's the most bizarre feeling. Okay. I could cut another strip, but I'm running low on this stuff. Okay. If I have put my eclair cream in the fridge for 8 hours and am ready to pipe it, what do I do to make it movable, or should I keep it cold? I'm learning all this. I don't have my baba. I don't have, a grandma to come teach me this. I have to learn all this from AI and computers, piecing it together. So it says, your eclair cream pastry has been in the fridge 8 hours. It's supposed to be from. Don't warm it up fully. You want it cold, just loosen. Here's what you do. Take it out of the fridge, let it go for room temperature, 5 to 10. Whisk it briefly. Use a whisk or spatula. Stir it. It will look stiff at first, then suddenly relax. Oh. Don't over whisk it, or it can go grainy. Check the texture. It should hold its shape, but flow smoothly through a piping bag. If it's cracking and tearing, too cold. If it's lumpy or runny, too warm. Load your piping bag. Okay, so we have to make another. We have 2 pipettes technically that are used and done. So we need another one. I don't drink any of this water anymore. I've been saving it for I've been saving this for in case I get really immobile, like I can't move. So we're gonna make a tiny little pipette here, like a tiny little dot, and we're gonna try and stick it in and force it in, which might not work, but so we have to let this warm up. We're gonna make holes in these. This is our good one. This is the one we don't want to damage, so we'll warm up with these other ones. So she said to make a hole in the ends here. Doesn't feel like it's got very much air in there. Feels pretty solid. Like they didn't really expand. part of me thinks that we should probably just cut this open. Yeah. Okay, there's a little bit of hollowness maybe in there. Oh yeah. But how am I supposed to get that piped in there? Look at how small that hole is. Oh, see, this is challenging when you don't have the actual tools. It really is like what should take probably a couple of minutes. This is probably going to take me an hour just to pipe these. So, and like one little mistake and it's ruined, and I don't have extra materials. So the AI situation is becoming bizarre, you guys. Really, really shocking what's going on, as you know. This is not going away. It's not. We need to stop being arrogant, okay? I have a solution to this, as much as it doesn't look like it. Yeah, I could cut these in half and make them clear the other way. Which we might have to do. Yeah. Edit. As soon as you get impatient with these little things, just go south. So don't want to do that necessarily. If I didn't have this little skewer, I think I'd do this. Okay, here we go. I'm getting to the point where it's like, all right, they're not perfect. They're good enough to get going. Getting to that stage of like the cooking here because I still have quite a few more things to cook. Not great though. They actually probably would taste good. Probably taste right, even if they don't look right. It's a fairly big opening here. These are a little bit soft, but this guy has the right feeling. Nice and crispy. So I think this one right. Maybe I should just spend all my time trying to do this guy. But man, that smells good. Honestly, come on. I don't even have glue right now. Oh, I broke it. See? Got a hole here. This is our practice. Actually, one of the nice ones too, but I should practice the other ones. Okay. That. So I think these two will be the main ones. And this one will cut open because it's already quite thin. So let's do that. Should we cut this side open? I can tell that this is already chewed. All right, do close. I'm understanding the life of some women who do this as mothers every day. And there's something rewarding about it, that's for sure. Especially if other people get to eat it. You have kids that can eat it. What else can we make right now? Eclairs are done, macarons are the only pastry left. Okay, let's do this. Right. Cutting them is not the most traditional, I don't think. Oh yeah, there's like no air in these at all. Why did mine flatten? I did her instructions exactly. They didn't cook maybe, yeah, they cooked long. Well, if I have to cut them all the way through, so be it. Yeah, that looks okay. Just put some cream in there. This better follow. We can do a three-parter. 1, 2, 3. Let's see how this works. I'm gonna turn on my oven. Oh, I see. Oh, she did do different ones. Okay, well, I think I burn this one. So I tried to hollow this one out. This guy is the one that I want to be perfect. So we have very little chocolate left. So if I melt that in here, we'll just have to dip it straight in. Am I back? Okay, good. So we should probably stir this up and see if we can get this into the bottle here, more or less. So we're gonna cut this up. Try not to use my bottle because you need to be doing detox now, microplastic detoxes. Isn't that crazy? So we're gonna cut a tiny little hole in here and try and use this as a pipette. You know, I could probably just make like a singular little. Oh shoot, that was too big. I wanted it right in the center. Well, let's change up here. You don't want to cut my fingers. So I'm going to try and squeeze that out of that little tiny little slit. See if that will work as a pipette. This is like hardcore, difficult. I'm getting a bunch of calls. All right, so how do I get the? I guess I can do that. Still a little bit gooey on the inside. Okay, well I'll try and put some in. You know what? I could probably like poke holes here and then dip the sauce in it. Do. I could make these ones cut, and then this guy would be the big corner, but well, it could be somewhat hollow. Oh, it's hard. Yeah. Wow, it's really hard. Mm. Mm. I'm so hungry. Wow, I'm starving. Actually. Okay, definitely digging it out. This one might actually be already pretty rough. Yeah, it's sort of working. See if I can twist it up. Material. It's working a little bit. That's definitely working. Okay, good. So one of them will actually be pastry worthy, hopefully. Which is a little bit gooey in there. Okay. Kind of like the churros that I had in Nigeria. I made in Nigeria. They're delicious because they're crunchy on the outside and they're still soft on the inside. So we're like deep in there, like we're about that far in. So it's definitely hollowed out now. Oh man. Over here. Why? Whew. All right. It's actually quite difficult for me to sit up. Okay, so look at that. So she's being hollowed out there. Not the best, but definitely not. Well, actually, probably couldn't get much worse in terms of the actual needing it to be, actually hollow on the inside. But I don't have all these fancy baking ingredients yet. Oh, I think I'm breaking up. So let's get this side hollowed out. Very cool. I wish they would have expanded properly, but this is the next best thing. So yeah, World War III is going on. There's just a shocking amount. What do you do about it? Well, you try and do the two sacred sentences. The two sacred sentences were designed from experiencing a lot of governments, but a lot of nonprofits too, that were trying to do good work. So you don't have to be evil or anything like that. It's an ignorance problem. Our species is ignorant of something, and that ignorance has to do with how do you really do real good when there's real limitations in this world. How do you create a no envy situation where some people are born better than others in terms of certain categories? Some people are born with a better internal connection, are better, like wiser people on their inside, even if they don't have power or money or wealth or beauty or sexiness or IQ. How do you recognize those people? How do you recognize the ones that are beautiful on the inside and the outside? How do you ensure that everybody becomes beautiful on the inside and the outside? That's the question that very few people have to answer. Okay, so this is pretty hollowed out. It's breaking in one place, so I gotta be careful here. Yeah, I think it's completely hollowed out now. Very exciting, very exciting, very exciting. I'm glad I made a big one, so I can actually experience having made one of them somewhat right. A little bit bigger than normal, but You know, I could probably do this pretty well if I had the right equipment, but this is really, really next level difficult. Not compared to starving to death like the 8 million children that we should be really focusing on. Like, please don't wait. Help you guys. If you don't understand something, like, I don't know if I can invest in this. I don't know if I'm going to use my precious time on this. We can explain it. Oh, it is kind of practical here. I think that's all good enough. Ouch. All right, real deal. Like some of the pastries being pushed out from the other end to this end. So that's a good sign. So let's take it out. I can see all the way through it. Cool. All right. Almost all the way through it. Okay, we're gonna put some pastry in here now. So this will probably be our main sort of clear. See that? Can't see quite all the way through, but it's deep. It's deep. Okay? Clear. You're not supposed to cut the ends off, but okay. Ouch. Oh, it looks delicious. All right. Okay, still be messing with this one for quite a while. I almost wonder if I should just like call it over here and like put it in. So it says you can add a little bit of plant milk in here. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Can you see that? So it's not pudding, it's like it actually feels right. Good. Doesn't have a film on it. So we're gonna put this in. That's part of this should be for our macarons, but I was gonna make a vanilla batch, but so this should hopefully squeeze out. I'm going to save a tiny little bit for our macarons, which baking already. I only got one attempt at this, so. I'm going to have to just cut these in half, but at least one of them will be. Right. I could even cut this in half and probably make two of these small short ones, but they won't look like, these look like eclairs. This looks more like a, I shouldn't have cut the round ends off. But, will it work? If I make my little slits too big. I do not advertise anybody. I don't endorse these bubbles. Okay, that's not wrong. One on here. Uh-oh. It's already not doing what you want to do. Okay. Experiment failed. We actually have to have a real hole. Okay, now it's coming. See? Awesome. It's in. All right. So we have too much of this like coming up the top here, I think. Not good. Let's try sharpen some of this edge now. No. What? Interesting. Oh, I see. The little plastic bits are getting stuck. Now we got a little bit of a hole in there. Come on. Ah, it's coming at the top. All right. So normally it doesn't come back, but the back pressure is now kind of ruined it a bit. But let's get something in there. Oh, it's working really great now. Look at that. Beautiful. Get in. It's working. Get in there. Well, we'll see how much actually got in there, but the eclairs are sort of in there. That one looks good. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take our cut one. And we're going to put some puff cream pastry in this now. right? Doesn't look that beautiful, but it's in there. Should we somehow make it good enough? If I add the should I just have these ones open and do these ones too? This one's so beautiful, I don't want to wreck it. Well, at least we have. Ooh. Oh, I know why. It's because of that flour that I put in here. It's chunking it. Okay, we got another one. Not the most beautiful, but yeah, it does the job. I don't want to wreck this one. This one's so nice. Okay, so we are going to fill this from one. And that's it. We got to move on like 5 hours. What am I at? 4 hours, 5 hours on this? If I spent hours doing this, I probably couldn't get it to work. So try a little bit. New respect from others. Our most perfect one. So let's. I should probably have some French music in the background. So this we got 2, 3-ish kind of. There, I mastered the technique now. Now we're really giving her. Okay, this is actually working. So when you don't pack it, it comes up pretty easily. They should already be hollow. I shouldn't have to do this much work, but for some reason my dough is not the best. I'll check it out. It's definitely moving. I think this one's gonna work out. Wow, great. Okay, so France, do you see how much effort I'm putting into this? I'm putting in a lot of effort. Let's see that far down. I don't have the proper tools. Maybe one day I'll have the proper tools. But for now, the goal is really to change the world in time. There might be a third potential problem here with how AI is taking over everything. There's another layer to it. So worried about that. So unlike the other one, we're not going to cut the roundness off. We're just going to cut the tip off here. Bon appetit. This one's a little bit less sugary. They're making progress. Definitely making progress now. Oh, I saw the woman doing this, so I guess it's acceptable. The woman on the video. Let's watch her do this. Vegan. A little bit of a potential pocket in there. Yeah, I guess the Noam Chomsky got stuck with the Epstein files too. That's shocking. So this guy must have really been all over the place. Everybody seems to know him. It's good that we're getting to the bottom of it. Gosh. This world needs to change, you guys. We're doing it. Alright, this is quite hollowed out. So I'm feeling pretty okay about this. So let's try and put a little bit of pastry in there. Go. You see, you got that little hole in there, so we're going to put a little bit of flour. I really regret putting that in there. Get in! Well, not the most beautiful or cleanest, but there's a little bit in there anyway. I'll try it now with this guy. That's definitely not all the way through. But this one's for show. So we got a little bit in there. I would say we got this much cream pastry and probably this much pastry in this guy, maybe. But good enough for now. What we're going to use the rest of this for is this for the eclairs, I think. We'll see with the eclairs. I mean, the macarons. Macarons. I want to eat this very badly. It tastes, for sugar, it tastes good, of course. Not the best for your health, but. So now we got to make the meltedness happen. Wasn't expecting that. So I guess we just warm it up and just dip it. Maybe we'll dip this guy first. See? This is all the chocolate that I have, so honestly I'm happy with this. We can make vanilla, maybe eclairs or macarons. There's this little guy left. This one actually has the proper consistency, or has the proper strength to it, or hardness to it. Okay, so almost done this. I'm getting a little bit perfectionist on it. It doesn't need to be like that. We're in a Megacrisis. There's lots to do. It's like whether I pipe it or not, it's not really making the design I want anyway. Should we just fill it the old-fashioned way? Oh, we don't actually have a lot of time left. Should make the vanilla. Okay. There we go. Can I make a little design out of that? Swirls. Nope. Well, good. Enough. Good enough. Heat this up. We'll heat the whole thing up. I think I'm supposed to put a little bit of coconut cream in there, like a ganache kind of situation. Oh, put this in there. Okay, we'll put a little bit of this in here because we're getting close to the end, I think. There a tiny little bit. Croque Monsieur needs it. We need a little bit of paste in there. Good. See. You see me cooking over here with my hot chocolate. Should have put the butter in. It might turn grainy if I'm not careful now. I could maybe put a tiny little bit of almond milk or oat milk in here. Yeah, this chocolate is hard. Yeah, I definitely should have melted the chocolate first. Beginner mistakes. Beginner mistakes. Okay. I think it's because I heated this once that it's really dry now. Okay, we're good. A little bit lighter than I wanted, but still got that nice chocolatey feel to it. And remember, fair trade certified chocolate. Fair trade certified is key. So this is a little bit thinner than I want, so we'll keep heating it maybe. A little bit. I think she's ready to be dunked. Okay. Ready? Here we go. The moment of truth. She's hot. That does not look like the best appetizing. Oh, I can't get in the crevices. Really? Well, that's not how I planned to go, but I can't use all of it on just one little square. So what we're going to do is we're going to spread it out. This is totally not what you're supposed to do with pastries, probably. Oh well. I'm happy we're making any progress at all on this. Does that kind of look like an Eau Claire? Not really, but these ones do. So let's get these ones figured out. So this guy, our beauty, let's put our beauty in first. So in you go. That actually looks not too bad. Can we smoothen it a bit is the question. That looks actually pretty darn good for an Eau Claire, I think, hey? I'm pretty happy with that. Okay. That's to the side. Now these guys that are cut open are going to be tricky. I wonder if I should have dipped them first and then cut them open. Oh well, too late now. It's actually getting a little bit too creamy. It needs to be a little bit thicker, it looks like. A little bit grainy. Not totally smooth, but kind of. All right. I feel like I need a plate for these. These are my main plates, but new respect for some bakers. It needs to be a little bit creamier than this, but okay, down she goes. Give her a little roll and up. Nothing stuck. Wow, weird. It's too thick now. It won't even stick. Oh, what? Oh, we could just do it. We'll do it this way because I'm running out of time here. This is really getting extreme. The simplest things are not simple in this world. How do you expect to change the world if you can't make any baking different. Not the most appetizing, but I'm proud of them. All right. Here's our gorgeous one. Oh, it's leaking. No. Okay. Those seem to be okay. I don't know. These plates aren't like level, so I can't put anything on them, especially when they're broken. That kind of looks somewhat fancy. Hey, if I put little white droplets on there, that would look pretty cool. But for now, that's it. Our eclairs are done. I can put this guy like this. Kind of ruins it a little bit, actually. Well, maybe that's good enough. We got three decent ones. We have this guy too, this small little dude. But these two will be for, I don't know, decoration maybe. Okay. All right, we're gonna wash the pan. What time is it? 12:30. Started this like 12 hours ago. We're gonna need this chocolate or the macarons, which I'm really not feeling like I want to make right now. But maybe I should. You know, maybe I should actually. Okay, oven is heated. We'll give them a shot. I could already make a sort of like fake macarons with these like damaged ones in here. These are pistachio. So we could put a couple of little dabbles in them. Definitely not custardy looking, but could try and pack a little bit on here. You see? Kind of looks okay. Not really. So we will put these on like this. Could be worse. Could be worse. Not much worse, but it could still be worse. We could have none at all. None at all. So we actually have a couple, like two at least. So. Okay. All right. Okay. So this one's got a nice little hat on it. It's more like a little hamburger. Okay, whatever. Don't judge me. Not that I care. France, I tried. Okay. This is not a failure of veganism. This is a failure of poverty and an inexperienced chef or inexperienced baker. So our first batch of macarons and the eclairs are there. So, you know, it looks not too bad, actually. It kind of looks kind of dessertish. I wish that this was a little more creamy. That would have really made the big difference. This the top piece was like smooth. Yeah. Okay, let's try one more batch of macarons. And if I don't need them, I won't use them. I wish I had like that white little drip stuff. That white little drip stuff really makes a difference. I don't make that. I'm extremely hungry, actually. Should I have a little bit of something to eat right now? Or save my appetite for the big shindig? I think I'll save it for the big shindig. Oh, easy. You can powder them. So this one's our best one, so I should probably put that sort of in the middle. One of these, I probably end up moving these anyway. Or maybe I'll keep it on there. You know what? It actually looks not too bad. Should I cover these guys up? Doesn't have the same back. I want to drizzle it. Okay, we're gonna do some drizzling. Put this back over here. The oil and the cacao is what's coming out. That's why it's not fitting. I don't want any of this chocolate to go to waste. So sorry about that. Music, there it is. So pouring down too much. All right. Not doing exactly what I'd like, but all right. I'm gonna wash the pan. We're gonna make some white drizzle. Should look okay. All right, good. My pan is coming apart. So, mid cooking session tune up. I literally got to put my pans back together. Can you believe this? Like, literally everything's breaking. So, I'm just showing you what it takes to stay productive. Launching a world-class organization from the poverty trap is hard. We're going to save this for the croque monsieur because I think I need this for the bechamel sauce. Let me guess, I need that for the, just put away what I need. You only need a couple little drips. Use this aquafaba. Okay. A little bit of vanilla. Tiny little bit. Tiny little bit. Like that. A little bit of vanilla in there. Not that I'm doing this for the. Oh no, this might actually be the white look with it. We're just going for performance, like for looks right now. You can just use coconut oil, probably. You know, I could probably make a little bit of whipped cream and put the whipped cream on there. I'll put some of that macaron sauce on top of here. Like 3 little tufts almost. You can use my special cap. More fondue like. It doesn't have a purely white look to it. It looks like it has a, I don't know, it's got some white. This could. It's like congealed. Hmm. You pro like this. It's like totally not white at all. What? Well, it looks not too bad. Not the best, but not the worst. Should I really dust this one a lot? Cool. All right, we did. We did. We did it. That's not white at all. Oh, you're not supposed to heat it. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm learning. Basically making whipped cream. Put the powdered sugar in the bowl. Add 1 tablespoon of liquid and vanilla. Whisk until smooth. Then add more liquid or drops. I didn't read the instructions all the way through. She's not showing how she drizzles it like that. Okay, well, it's got a little bit of drizzle on there. From this far. Oh! Just use. Still not really white. Lesson learned. Okay, what did I say that? Okay, so I'm being too much of a perfectionist here, so we're going to turn this into our whipping bowl. We have a different bowl to whip it then. I secretly think that it's probably going to have to do with the silicone sheet they use to cook macarons with. Like, I'm happy. That's enough. That's good enough for a presentation, I think. My staff would be like, no one's gonna get that. But I will. Hunger strikers will, trust me. You give that to anybody who's been on a hunger strike. They'll probably die from refeeding syndrome. But I love it. But don't give that to anybody on a hunger strike. Okay, so everything is set up. We're going to do everything right this time. The eclairs, the macarons, everything. We're going to try and make it all happen. And we're going to make very large macarons. We're going to, supposed to reduce the aquafaba a little bit. That's what I'm going to do. Get all this in. In, go. I'm not taking anything for granted. There's a lot in here. Using every last drop. We'll reduce it by 1/3. And I think these little specks have already ruined it. I actually don't know how. I don't have a way to set the almond flour. Okay, I think we got pretty much all of it in there. There. We're gonna dump it in here, and then we have to whisk it, I think, with the cream of tartar. This will be my last attempt because I actually don't have any aquafaba left, and I'm not gonna buy anything else. So I feel like this is my last attempt for you, France. And if I get little feet, the magic thing is to get feet on the macarons. So we're gonna whisk it up here and let it sit for about half an hour, 45 minutes while I'm cooking the rest of this. Part of me is thinking I should eat something because my intestines are like my stomach is empty. And I want my intestines to be like in these last meals. You want your intestines to be absolutely full. All we have left to cook is French onion soup, ratatouille, and croque monsieur. Oh, and the eclairs. Eclairs. Okay. Well, we're taking this last one golden. I have this like split pea soup. Even though I should be warming it up. Whatever, let's do it. Oh, what? There we go. Well, tougher than it should have been, probably. Okay. I'm gonna put some noodles in there, and then we're done. So this is reducing beautifully. Okay, chickpea. Unsalted, yeah. Drain and strain it, yeah. This increases protein concentration. Stronger meringue, yeah. Simmer gently until reduced by 30 to 40%. Yep. You want it slightly syrupy, not thick. Let it cool completely. Okay. So dump it in here, let it cool. I'll cook my actual soup, eat the soup. The French onion soup is going to take half an hour just to reduce the onions. So I know that the ratatouille plus the soup is going to be hours yet, and I might even have a nap in there. So I'll probably finish cooking this tonight. warm it all up, eat tonight, and then I am officially back on the hunger strike. It seems to me it's definitely reduced now. That's a little bit cheap, but... If I reduce it anymore, there won't be anything to blend. Okay, so that's done. But they're cool. And now we'll make our lentils soup. I'm gonna put some lentils in there. One of my last meals. My actual last meal, I'm gonna be eating chickpeas stew. All right. Heat that up. Just cooling. Then after this, we're gonna put the cream of tartar in it. Oops. And I'm supposed to put in some sugar. I think this is the last thing I need sugar for too anyway. So I had enough ingredients to kind of cook what I want to cook. And that. It's just throbbing, you guys. That's unusual. I'm gonna check my phone here and see. It's full. It won't let me open it. We're back. Good. So we are cooking up a storm. I'm about to make my macarons, technically third attempt. But I'm secretly thinking that it's the cooking tray that makes the difference. I don't have that cooking tray. I have this. I have tin foil or aluminum foil. Here's all the insides of my eclairs. And it's been so long that I can actually pronounce the names of these dishes, whereas in the beginning I don't know how to pronounce these dishes, like marhawagwi beans, or ugusi soup, or agali, biryani. I'll have a little precursor taste test. You know, this might come in handy. Alright. I'm just making a little bit of something to tide me over, because when you're on a hunger strike, you have to make sure you're doing it as smart as possible, as wisely as possible. And my intestines are not, like, they're digesting from last night, but there's nothing coming after it. I want to put something hearty in there. The split pea soup was actually pretty darn good. Okay. Every last drop. Put this out. We're gonna put this soup, split pea soup, in with these noodles and lentils for a more complete meal. And, I'm gonna put some olive oil in there. So, there we go. We'll save half for later in case we need it. Soup's not the best thing always for like your final meals, because your body processes it very quickly, but I'm gonna pack my next meals deeply. I do technically have chickpeas that I can put in here that are not pre-cooked. We still technically have coconut oil or coconut cream. But... oh, that's right, cheese. I should use coconut cream instead of that. That would have made some really nice white streaks. I think. Let's put this in the fridge, actually. Get the bowl cold too. Or the freezer, maybe. Now let's hope I don't forget about that. Okay, that's done. I'm excited to do the ratatouille because that's the thing that's really burning my mind here. A little bit is. I'm running out of it. We're going to put a little bit of probiotic, miso, white miso, a little bit of more oils. Whoa, way too much. Makes it taste a little bit richer. Put some nutritional yeast to complete the protein a little bit. Makes it more into a stew. I'm not really eating this for flavor right now, even though it's going to be delicious. I'm eating it more for the nutrients and the multivitamin that I'm going to have with it. This is good for your probiotics. So gut health. I'm running low on fats. I have a half a can of coconut oil left and coconut cream or coconut milk and olive oil, about a quarter of a container of olive oil, and that should tide me over. That shouldn't make me good for the fats. Pictures here. I can't take a picture because I'm recording. Oh no! We're gonna do it anyway. 1 minute. Okay, almost done. Oh, welcome, Esther. I'm just cooking. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. So this is one of my last meals here. I don't know if you left me a message on WhatsApp. I can't see when I'm on my phone. Oh, I can do it on maybe my laptop if I can open it here. It makes me log in with my phone. I'm just powering up these meals. Wonderful chef, you're doing a great job. Fine, like look at my beautiful eclairs. They're not really beautiful, but I just powered through them as much as I could. Yeah, did we get those confirmations for the ultra tomorrow? It's gonna be a pretty intense conversation. Joe's putting his numbers in now, what he thinks everybody should get paid. So the only person left is Usman, and that's telling, right? Something's going on with him. Big time. Yeah. So I'll have to figure that out. Okay, right now I'm letting my meringue, my macaron aquafaba, which is like a replacement egg. In the freezer cooling here. Okay, so she's a bit cold. We're gonna try and actually once I whip it, I'll put it in the fridge actually. Once I whip it, it's a time-bound thing. Macarons are like god level hard pastries. Okay, so I'm just gonna eat first and then get at it. Let my feet rest a little bit. Let me check what's up really quickly. Oh wow, there's 19 messages there. Okay. I'm making my flock a priority, so I'm supposed to respond to them. We're getting a system, like it's not like I was when I was first cooking. We're doing a lot. We're doing more than when I was first starting, so it's not like I'm stressed and everything's breaking down and we're not making progress. It's because we are making progress. That's why there's a lot happening. Okay, I'm gonna eat my soup while catching up, so it's kind of a perfect timing situation. I'm gonna have some cloves with this meal. And the reason why I'm going to have ground cloves is because cloves are very good for you in terms of antioxidants. Okay, I'm going to take a multivitamin just so I have energy tonight. Eat this. All right. So we're going to do this the old-fashioned way. Straight ground cloves. Don't put it in your food. It doesn't taste good. This is just going to get it out of the way. Get it out of the way. Nice ground cloves. What I do is I just You want to eat those as fast as possible with real food, or else it like numbs your mouth, and then your guts get upset. Okay, done. There's our beautiful little soup, and here. By the way, the oops, the nutritional yeast that I put in here. My feet are so cold. This basement is just frozen. Nutritional yeast is full protein. It's complete protein, you guys. Good thing. So split peas are not a complete protein, but now it is. Set in here, and there's a lot of protein to it, and it gives a nice little, like I said, cheesy taste. Your life will change when you find nutritional yeast when you go vegan. Mark my words. As long as you're not allergic to it or something like that, you will. It'll surprise you, just like it surprised me. So I guess we could put these in the fridge and toughen them up a bit, or I don't know if it's gonna get a little crusty film on top or look bad, or should I wrap it? I'm worried about it getting dry or looking bad. It's looking worse than it already looks. So we could put it in this bag maybe and put it in the fridge. It'll still be hours before I'm done cooking, so. All right. Okay, what messages are waiting here? I'm hoping Marlene didn't give us 20 of these. No, it's actually good. Good. Okay. No. Ooh, that's good. This might make me tired, but I got the eclairs done. Eclairs done. That's what I wanted to do. Actually, we are technically supposed to let the macarons beat them in and let them sit for half an hour. Hmm. Ah, well. I need to beat the eggs for 20 minutes. 15 minutes anyway. Let's keep this. Should we put on some France music here? Hmm. I can feel myself preparing. I'm preparing to get back on this hunger strike. It's nerve-wracking because it's not small numbers anymore that we can just pay somebody to do. We have to pay a lot of people to do a lot of these blessings or corrupt the training and make it so easy that it'd be a joke. And it's not a joke. It's still very challenging. Oh, interesting. All right. And I have a little bit of peanut butter left to really make sure I get those fats in my last meal. It's very important to get those fats. Um, there we go. Perfect. No. All right. I shall not be your advertising billboard. You can tell that I'm grinding, right? There's a lot happening. I don't want anything to drop. So I'm baby steps. As long as I'm making progress, like this meal is going to get eaten. But we have the team building. We have an ultra tomorrow. We have the lawsuit going on. We have my university thing going on. I have people that I'm trying to educate. All these types of things. You know, trying to push the frontier because AI is going to a concerning direction. All right, enjoy. Now we're having a gourmet experience, kind of like Gatir Go Soho. That's the guy that inspired me to go with France, besides my own new family members, married into the family, and for Canada being half French. But there's a lot of colonialism that I think needs to be spoken to, and it won't be just totally one way or the other, bad, bad, bad. It's dialectical development, and now that we understand that, we know how to never repeat it ever again. Okay, it's how our ideology works, or how our thoughts work. When you think about it, it's pretty profound. No pun intended. Oh, you left me some. Oh, okay, good. I'm not paying attention to this so much because I'm so used to people not watching it yet. It's there for posterity, so people get to know me and be like, "Oh, he's not an Epstein person. He's not a. He's just a dude down in a basement for months, talking to relatively normal, gifted people who have big hearts with a weird tooth on." That it's from one of my hunger strikes. Somebody dropped this off me when I stole my other tooth. When somebody stole my tooth, somebody else in the morning dropped this off, and I woke up and it was beside me. So this is a gift. I'm not sure if it's fair trade certified made, but it's a heartful gift. It should be though. You know, they'll just get to know me. Bad humor, bad cooking. The cooking is actually not bad considering my circumstances. I'm actually pretty proud of it. I'm just joking that going vegan gourmet is actually delicious. And it's filling. If you use the nutritional yeast and you use all these little tricks that vegans have found, it's actually healthier for you. And our bodies are designed for it. Now that I know that, like, I went vegan for the animals and for some of my health that I knew back then and for the environment. And then to find out that our bodies actually are built for like vegetables in terms of the new anatomy that we found out. Yeah, the science is established. We're plant eaters. We became omnivores, not even full meat eaters. We're barely omnivores because we were forced into it through adversarial conditions. Not God gives it to us. We're divinely. No, we survived in this world. So now I look at people who eat meat and I'm like, oh, damn. They are, it's like they're still surviving in the ice age that happened 2.6 million years ago. They just never came out. So anyway, I should probably keep working on this. Eat like Eden, go vegan. Eat like Eden, go vegan. That's a divine decree now. From the guy that's down here with the poor in some basement that you don't believe is the Messiah yet. It's actually a divine decree. I'm serious. Stop putting animals into your mouth. Okay? Many other alternatives. Okay? Stop doing it. 1 trillion animals are paying for it horrifically every year. Go and watch 6 vegan documentaries in a row, and you'll be sick. Your stomach will be queasy. That will change you. And if it doesn't, you probably don't have mirror neurons. You know what I mean? Like, and there's something we can do about that too. With voluntary consent, though. Anyway. I'm so happy we got the vlog started. It's making it manageable. I was wondering, like, why am I running out of time today? Why am I? I'm like, oh yeah, we expanded our team by like 3 times. Oh yeah, that would make sense. And I've been in this position before with a 66-person team. And the only way to make that manageable is to have a strong culture with a strong but flexible operational hierarchy that circles back around on itself. The hierarchies that don't circle back around on themselves, that are just linear, are the caste system. But ones that circle back around, adjusted for Pareto categories and all these cool things that God's government's going to have, or the genuinely rational, non-oppressive, scientific, wise government, makes all this stuff work. So I'm very, very happy that we're busier. If I was not busy and I was sitting around bored, bad news. That would be very bad news. So join us. You'll learn anti-cult training. I know this all sounds culty, but we're actually in the only non-cult in the world. Everything else is technically a cult. Even the institutions that teach anti-cult training are themselves being authoritative in a way that they're not questioning. And they don't know what the words mean that they use. So when it comes down to it, they could be culty towards cults. But we have absolutely justified every principle in our system by using the proof of truth. And that's a beautiful thing. That's why we're not a cult. Everything is now proven or justifiable or questionable. Like questioned, not questionable. But anyway, welcome aboard. If you realize what this really is, external appearances aren't always what they appear. What does tu jad mean? Tu hajj? Okay, it looks like Rim's just coming. Good job, Ashbroom. Oh, Usman responded by a heart, so he's paying attention. Like, even after weeks, you guys, I'm still starving hungry. My body is still trying to recover all that body weight I've lost, so. This tastes so good. We're coming to help the poor, don't worry. For those that see me, we're coming to help you. This is my mother's cooking, by the way, these soups. Very blessed. Once my mother starts helping, it's going to change the world. It's going to be a big deal. But she doesn't understand yet. She thinks she's doing the more responsible thing by protecting the family and not going all crazy and intense. So she still thinks she's doing the right thing. But now it's being harder. Like last year and the year before, it was harder for her to see, no, that this path is the right path. I think she'll come to see it within the next 2 months, it feels like. And even if it doesn't happen, we got a good team going on. I'll be able to reunite with my family. Mmm. Mmm. Should I put a little bit of pistachio? Oh my goodness. I didn't want that to happen, but alright. Hmm. A lot of books on the food. Wow. Hmm. Oh. Looks like Francis didn't respond yet. All right. I feel like I can sleep now because we actually got something done. And it was hard, actually. Like, quote unquote hard, right? Relative. But for cooking, it's pretty hard. And the reason why that is, the reason why it's pretty hard is because I don't have the right tools for really do this kind of level of cooking. I'm lucky I even have a hand beater now, which at least I got to see the aquafaba do what it does. It's amazing. Okay.
Like an instructor or a graphic designer, you have your own app. You are more like an editor, or you want to animate, you have your certain app.
Even though I got a good night's sleep last night, I'm probably still going to stop this, have a sleep, and hit it again. And what we'll do is finish the macarons. And to be honest, we already have a nice little batch here that looks pretty okay, to be honest. Like it'll present like French. It'll present France, right? My bag with the baguette and with these, it's already France. I love saying that in the France way. And then we'll make our creme brulee when we serve it, but finish the macarons. Oh. I was gonna try and cook the macarons, but not today. Not now. So yes, wake up macarons, and then I think we're gonna make the French onion soup. Then we're gonna make the croque monsieur. In the bechamel. And then we're gonna make the ratatouille. The circular kind, which is not the... Actually, we'll do both. We'll put the circular, and then we'll put the traditional, which is like just cut up, diced, in the middle. And then we'll have all of our bases covered. So there you go, France. They used to have these dinners back when there was kings and queens. That the kings and queens would have this responsibility in the Christian world anyway, to feed the poor and to feed everybody in town, actually, not just the poor. And I thought that's interesting, but is it still fair? If you factor in the Pareto categories, the God-given gifts, then it does become more understandable. It's not equal in this world until CRISPR happens, which that's why we need to make sure CRISPR is fair. When you understand your position in the whole and that you're treated like you're essential. So even if you're not the king and the gifted one and all this, a good government, God's government, treats you like you're that king. You feel that way, even though you're not the actual sensuous king in the inner world, the super sensuous king. That's where we all start feeling like we're in the spirit. Right? So that's a hard thing to create in our current society because we don't know what thought is. We don't know who we are on the inside. We don't know the structure of being until now. Until now. It's proven 100%. I've come up against 2 or 3 really high IQ people that tried to tackle it somewhat. And they gave me the same old normal tools of epistemology. Oh, contradictions and falsification and begging the question and all that kind of stuff, smuggling in a presupposition. All those types of things that I know already finally solved. Dogmatism, circularity, tautology, all of them are solved. I've been studying this for a long time. And these might sound like made-up words, but go look them up. They're all professional words in philosophy. So, as much as it sounds like psychobabble, it's actually God babble. Rational, non-superstitious, mystical in the rational understanding that you can learn for yourself by questioning and not having to have blind faith or being hypnotized or mesmerized. It's already in you to think clearly for yourself. It's empowering, not in the little emperor, little messiah, egotistical narcissism, which is already taking over our species, which is why nobody wants to work together, and nobody wants to trust me either. Even though I had the background of it. I've been living in poverty with the poor my whole life. Even when I escaped and I went to university, what did I go and do? I ended up studying philosophy, trying to create a spiritual paradigm shift, which is God's government, and then helping the poor anyway. And here I am, figured it out. Now we just need help, and you'll see it for yourself as well. And maybe France will be one of the countries to step in with Canada, since we're in Canada, and heal all these tensions. Okay, I gotta... you leave. Okay. Hmm. What's hitting me? I sort of want to make the sandwich second last because when you make sandwiches, they get sort of mushy, and you know you want to eat it sort of as soon as you're done cooking it. So that's what I'll. Maybe I will make the French onion soup. I could make the French onion soup now. It's actually fairly easy. At least the broth of it. Yeah, actually, maybe I should do that. I just think I don't know if I have a container. I do have that bowl right there. That bowl is actually perfect for French onion soup. I just realized. You can wake up, make the macarons while the macarons are sitting for 20 minutes, then make the onion soup, put that off to the side in this bowl, make the bechamel from the croque monsieur, and then toast the bread for it. Actually, I might even just use my toaster, and then do the ratatouille. That's my goal.
Welcome back to Winter Life with Sleep Country, where after a resolute holiday season, the Canadian human retreats to its burrow, bundled up in its fluffy nest, forged from Sleep Country's Sleep Cozy event. This retreat marks the start of the season to enjoy the great indoors.
Done. Okay, so I've been up since 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30. It's been almost 8 hours of work straight. No real breaks. So I think it's time for a nap. All right. So the meal got pushed ahead, but we also did some court stuff today. Also did some streaming today. Made the eclairs. Started the macarons. Made a plan to cook. So it's hard to believe making the plan to cook is one of the hard parts. And making sure I have enough ingredients to cook them, which I now do. So I'm going to lay down here. I just caught up with everybody that I need to catch up with. Because the flocks give us right to flow. There's a new constitution for governance called the right to flow. You have a right to clear rules, right to immediate feedback, right to challenge level matching skill level, and right to clear rules. Those four rules, or those four rights, encompass all the other ones, roughly. Are a huge amount of them. I think it's actually fairly universal, but okay. Okay, good. I just had a really cool idea. We'll call it Pareto Mystery. Good. Right. Oh, all right. I guess it's not really me cooking right now, right? So I suppose I should just stop recording if I'm going to go to sleep. I was going to try and do the macaron in the soup. But while I'm digesting, I want to go to sleep while I'm tired, while I'm in that little lethargic phase because I'll start to wake up a little bit, and then I'm caught in that place where I'm like too awake to sleep, but too asleep to do anything, you know? Anyway, I'm going to put another recipe together, and that recipe is going to be a nap. So thank you for joining me for finale part 7. Hard to believe what's going on here. But we are going to finish this one way or the other. Even if it's not tonight, it's going to be finished tomorrow. I postponed my court date for Wednesday, so I don't have to go to court that date either. I'll have 2 weeks to do this constitutional question. It's a pretty big deal. But it looks like I had to do it last minute. I didn't file it quite right. I have a lot of legal work to do, but I'm hoping that once we build the Fox strategy out, we'll attract the right good-hearted lawyers, and they'll start learning this new way of law, and then they'll come in and win the case for me last minute, and then they'll change the world and change the justice system at the same time to the true justice system, and not this popularity contest and this partisanship and this judges' activism that's happening in the courthouse, from what I can see. And I have some sympathy. Like, Napoleon Bonaparte wasn't a perfect person back in France, which is kind of like funny because I'm cooking France, but the reason why France is sort of famous in another way is because they did have some pretty incredible civilizational systems. Even though there was a lot of repression, the French Revolution happened there, which was the first time church and state were separated in terms of reason, even though they threw the baby out with the bathwater and should have kept spirit back in the government. It's just the superstition that somehow got attached to religion needs to be addressed. But religion in itself is not bad. It's just got this element of misinterpretation that causes people to act ungodly. So France is also famous because Napoleon Bonaparte was the one that actually shook out the monarchy and some of the feudalism and ushered in constitutional monarchy, which was the beginning of the end of contingent leadership, meaning that an individual's personal whims do not dictate what other people need to do. Because it's about them, right? Somebody, if the king liked mustard, it's not going to make the entire kingdom eat mustard. Some people might be allergic to mustard. But there are these universal principles that are important. So, but Napoleon Bonaparte did one thing right that was famous and good for the people, and that's that as part of this constitutional reform, he changed the court system. And he said that just this judicial activism and the fact that the courts were so hard to understand. And back then it was even worse because they had multiple languages and influences and Latin and everything in there. The average person couldn't even understand the justice system. And that's what I'm finding now is there's a veneer of, oh, we're helping the public and self-representing litigants. It's not enough. Not even close. My estimation is it's probably 7 times or 700% not helpful enough to make it truly equal in the courthouse so that average people can actually win against lawyers. It's like shooting fish in the barrel is what it's like right now. You walk into this applications chambers where a judge very quickly looks at your case and sees, oh, is it worth the court's time, basically? Which in itself is an injustice. Because if they're already deciding the merit of the case, then what's the point of having a case system? Like, the whole case is right there. It's right there. It's like they don't even look at the merit of the case. That's the most insane thing ever. They judge your case without even looking at the merits. They use this veneer of procedure to allow the lawyers to manipulate you if you start winning. So instead of calling applications chambers, you make an application, which is a lawsuit. You have a piece of paper, you're applying for a lawsuit, an application, and applications judges, or these like sort of lower judges, they're not even real justices, like the real lawyer, the real judges that look over the whole case and the merits and do the trials. And they get to decide if your case is worth it or not. When you got all these lawyers who game the system trying to undermine you the whole time. My judge loaded me up with 3 appeals, meaning 3 court hearings simultaneously, 3 different sets of people I sued all at the same time, when one of them is incredibly difficult in the beginning. So what makes them think that 3 at the same time is fair? And case management is there for that reason, is to stop that from happening. And now we find out that you can't even file appeals as low income because you can't afford the transcript fees, which are privately owned. Government fee waivers saying, oh, the government has sympathy for you. Oh, you're poor. You don't have to pay all these fees. But when it comes to transcripts, oh, that's not a government service. Therefore, we can't use it. We have to wash our hands of this. Our fee waivers don't cover that. Why? It's an essential service, the right to appeal. There's a contradiction in there. And they're going to have some kind of clever response because it doesn't have to do with reason. It It has to do with popularity and scopism in the courthouse. So I'm going to go and I'm going to point this out directly. The direct contradiction is that you say I have a right to appeal, and the service to the transcripts, which are necessary to file an appeal, are privately owned. So if you've already acknowledged in the courthouse that I'm poor, which they've done 6 times because I have the actual fee waiver of them going over my taxes, and they know I'm poor and I can't afford those transcript fees, then that means there's a contradiction there. I don't have a right to appeal because I can't afford a necessary service. And the government fee waiver that they gave me doesn't apply to a private corporation, so I can't get the fee waived. So I've been blocked. And they're going to say something clever. Oh, that's the legislature. That's not us. Why did our governments do something illegal against the Constitution of Canada that guarantees you the right to appeal? So that's what I'm applying for. I'm getting the federal Canadian government to come down to our provincial government and correct that insanity that just happened. But they're going to think up some kind of weird, clever thing. It's insane. Like, I want you guys to come and watch my court case and watch how they squiggle out of it. And they're doing it because nobody's watching them. They know that I'm pointing out contradictions. I know logic. I know what's happening. I'll say it straight to their face on record. And it's like talking to a ghost. It's like, Mr. McCormick, that's not right. You have not convinced me of anything. Therefore, you are wrong. Goodbye. Yeah, but Your Honor, no, I made my decision. You cannot talk to me. What are you talking about? Go to the right to appeal. No, but Your Honor, you blocked my right to appeal by not allowing the transcript. Oh, but it's like insane. It's insane. It's not even coherent conversation. It's not proper process. It's not right. And it's gaslighting. That's what it is. It's gaslighting. It's making you think like you're doing something wrong when actually they're doing it. And I have the training and the fortitude of mind to know, and the confidence, not the arrogance, but I have the confidence to know when somebody's manipulating me and deceiving me like that. And I've called them out on it. But if nobody's watching my case, they just get away with it with everybody. The public has to bond together and say enough is enough. The courthouse is generating billions of dollars in damages to public trust by having 70% of people who come to the courthouse who don't and can't afford lawyers leaving the courthouse losing when they should have won. That's a lot of people leaving mad because they know they've been screwed over somehow. And it's screwed over because the court system isn't an even playing field. It's not a fair game. It's a game with a huge amount of latitude to allow these lawyers to manipulate you if they realize their client is guilty. And it's a way to get people who have lots of money off the hook. And that's got to stop because we love the rich and the privileged and the praetor categories, but they have to be responsible too and have integrity. There you go. Hopefully somebody can clip this and put this into some kind of montage. But okay, I am going to hit the hay. And with that little preamble, that got done this morning too. So it's been a fairly productive day. And my intuition is saying that we're on the path to change the world. We're still on it. We're holding on by a thread. But what? It's a golden thread, right? Golden thread. And you can be a part of that. So Esther, thank you for being here. I'll restart the stream tonight, probably before the ELM in a couple hours. And unless you guys want to see me sleep. But you can do that on YouTube. Just go to my stream on YouTube or on TikTok. They're already watching me sleep. It's just interesting. Or you can go to Discord too, this other guy. But, okay. See you in part number 8, I guess. And until then, keep sublating France, our viewers. If you understand anybody who's French that you think wants to see us cooking in Canada in the French way, she's a clever course, nobody said French. Anyway, in honor of France, stay blessed. See you in a few hours. Oh, can you guys even see me? Oh yeah, you can kind of see me. Okay, good. I got so many cameras, I don't know my perspectives anymore. I just focus on one and I talk to it. So this battery's running low. We're going to start charging this. Quite the operation. And my little rabbi friend, who's Jew on the Jewish side, who's doing his 24-hour streaming, knows what I'm talking about when it comes to these types of technical difficulties. We got our Muslims going now, we got our Christians, now we got our potential Jews, but he doesn't like that I'm claiming to be the Messiah, so. Even though it's true, you have to ask questions. He tried in the beginning, but he used a bunch of sensuous details. It was really close-minded. Like, Judaism has closed off themselves to their own Messiah. They've made it so there's no way that I can start the temple unless I'm a ghost. They literally made it superstitious because they've been hurt so bad in the past, and these other guys that were supposed to be the messiahs that came got cut off. And one of the guys sounds dialectical. He did a couple of weird things, but he was trying to sublate, I think. But I don't know if he was doing it in a deceptive way. But they forced him to convert to Islam, and it ruined everything except these 200 families, which I'm trying to find right now. The Don May, I think they're called. The converts in Turkey. I'm calling you. If somebody knows who they are, I'm calling you. The real messiahs are coming. Like the first guy might have been it. I haven't looked into him enough, but here it is. The spirit is coming. He started it, right? Planted a seed. You can be in the spirit of the Messiah. But now I'm coming as the universal Messiah, the one that's the super sensuous, the true one that the texts are trying to talk about. And it's in you too. So like the moment you recognize it in me is the minute you recognize it in you. And that's what the proof of truth does. It's not just me hoarding all the glory. This time it's a real Messiah doesn't want to be lonely like that. It's lonely. You want to be with an equal at some point. An equal that recognizes themselves in you. It's more godly that way. Trust me. So that's why we want to give the information freely. Or as freely as is wise. There's a new payment system that will be like this. It'll be a structured payment system, but it'll be freeing because it's aligned with our true natures. Okay, so cheers to you, future Messiah. You gotta do the work though. I'm not gonna vouch for you if you're not doing the work, which means the inner development and learning the blessings and learning all the Pareto categories and the flow rules and all this type of stuff that's missing in the logic of our current society, the structure of meaning that is our society, our culture. It's fragmented, and that's why it's painful to be in it. If you're around me, it feels painful at first because you're inverted, right? You're backwards. And you can refute me on that, right? I'm not a cult leader. I'm not saying you can't claim otherwise, but you have to have good reasoning, right? Or else you get superstitious. And I'm not going to let that happen. Not at least in Kingdom Come, God's government. We're going to hold the ground so that you can be rational and then have a real conversation with us. Oh. Oh, I just got 2 more messages here. Okay, there we go. That's caught up. Okay. Now we're caught up. Alright. Today. I'm dehydrated. Check it out, my homemade baba. All right. I want to meet my queen, my wife, who wants to help people as much as I do, if not more. If that's even possible. I would love to have somebody to cook with. He'd probably kick my butt. Probably kick my butt at quite a few things, actually. But it's still respect and honor. Oh, multivitamin. I forgot to take that. Getting very close to the final meal. I've got one probiotic left. Save for the final meal. Oh. All right. We did a little bit of the movie night last night. So I'm holding on to everything. Everything's being held on to. Because I know the direction we need to go. Letting go of a couple of things. But the essentials are being maintained. Okay. We'll read a little bit of divine word for bed here. Okay, just made progress on divine logic too. Okay, nobody's here. Hmm. Hmm. Man, it's tough. All right, let's get back at it. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, all right. Let's get cracking. Next part of the meal. Whew. All right, let's go. Whew. Okay, the plan now is to do the macarons, and then green onion soup, and then croque monsieur, and then the croissant, I think, actually. And ratatouille. Oh my gosh! There's so much to do! Come on. My phone is so full I can't open any apps. Okay. Hmm? Oh. Oh, my stomach is upset. Oh, Okay. Here we go. Whew. Okay. All right, to rock and roll. All right, let's stay on track here. Let's get the soup going, or the macarons. There's a little aquafaba, tiny little bit left, enough to maybe make a batch. It's all cold, so let's whip it. Turn on the oven and get this going. It's on. Wash our Okay. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, jeez, Louise, there's so much happening, but it's good. It's good. There's hope. My neck already hurts. Like, I'm tired of my body being so weak. Ah, but it's okay. I think people are waking up. A lot of people are starting to panic. They're starting to pay attention. Thank God. Let's go. Let's go. We have the solution. We have it. You don't have to feel hopeless. We have a solution here, and it's not a cult. You don't have to believe it right away. You can learn it step by step. It's a science. It's a thinking thing. Thank God it's not an actual cult thing where you have to jump into it. Like, we've designed this in a way that you can feel as comfortable as possible while you have to rush like crazy. Okay? We are in an emergency. Like, you're in a burning house right now. It's extreme. Like, we have months left. Luckily, we designed a solution to work in a month. We can literally change the world in 28 days without burning out anyone, without you having to change your job, without anything. You have to contact 6 people and tell them the core and start getting them to come to the meetings once a day or once every other day. 3 times a week. They come in for an hour meeting or 2, and if they get excited, they can stay longer and they can start to change their priorities and then quit their job if they can stay stable. But we don't want anybody quitting their jobs, even though they're going to lose them to AI, unless they can stay stable enough to last another year and a half or at least 6 months. All right? Okay. The energy's burning. I can feel it. Pretty intense messages being sent to me. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is heating up actually. It's still cold. Second. Woo! Here we go, meal 18. Jeez. Woo! Meal 18. France. All right. I start all these meal 18 videos with my baguette because we're still cooking French here. So I'm proud of this, as you guys know, cooking with M. We have been on this for a long time, I know. I'm grinding, you guys. But the good news is people are messaging me behind the scenes, and I'm trying to catch up with all my messages, and then while I'm cooking, there's stuff happening in the background. So I'm multitasking. Okay, so where are we leaving off here in trying to finish this meal to inspire countries to geopolitically commit to God's government? That we have a oneness that brings people together, but not in a colonialist or an oppressive way, but in a way that embraces diversity with a universal logic. Okay, so where are we? We got our eclairs here. You can't see them very well through the bag, but they're in there. We're heating up the oven because we're going to make our second attempt of macarons, which are extremely difficult, and I have no real tools for them. I bought a really cheap, I think $15 hand mixer that was on super sale from a store I never buy from. I'm not even going to say its name, but I bought a bunch of ethical items there, which I was pleased with. So we have our aquafaba. You can see it's been so long that my vegetables are wrinkling and going bad. That's for the ratatouille, so I have to get this cooked like tonight. So aquafaba is chickpea sort of a film from ethical canning, so I'm not getting a bunch of plastic or a bunch of liner in my body. Only ever buy these cans that have BPA-free liners. Usually I have the can with me to show you if you're new to my channel here. Invite some people, you guys. It's weird what's going on, but trust me, people are going to be faced with two choices. One choice is hell on earth with the Megacrisis, which is a cultural decline of freedom and agency, meaning, trust, coordination, community, spirit, and love, all declining because we're too fragmented in our minds. Everything we touch becomes fragmented and separated. And that's preventing us from working on the AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health existential threats. That's going to be hell on earth, like very, very quickly. Like we're talking this year. Okay, it's going to massively ramp up. So people are going to be facing that. Or they're going to be facing, oh my God, that cult guy with the beard and the thing and the weird cooking show and the veganism and the vegan cult and all this. We mean we have to go to that guy? So that's hell on earth too. So there's either Megacrisis hell or cult guy hell. Which one are we going to go to? Well, this is like guaranteed 50 to 95% death and potentially horrific. You know, I'm not going to get too graphic about it. You get the point, okay? Just look it up what's happening when AI escapes. And then they're going to look at the other one like, you know what, this guy's not so bad. I could probably eat a couple of more vegetables. Yeah, and we teach you anti-cult training when you get in here. Or actually, hold on, let me correct myself. No, You don't even get in here. We teach you anti-cult training before you even get in here. Because I've studied cults. You don't have to join anything. You come to a meeting that's public, and we say, learn what's going on and why it's democratic, participatory democracy, but also has a wisdom component. And you get sacred time to be critical of us. Because we have taught people to get to the truth, not by being subservient and just agreeing with everything we say, but by questioning the truth. We have the proof of truth for the first time in scientific form. The proof of God for the first time in scientific form, which means you questioning faith or religion or even art, it actually leads you closer to the truth and to God or to science. So whether you're atheist or theist, you belong here. Because the government that we're starting, this God's government, is based on true justice. And you don't have to believe everything we're saying unless you understand it. Unless it makes more sense than other things that you've been studying. So what I'm doing now is studying what the heck I need to put into my aquafaba to make it like whipped eggs. I need cream of tartar, which I have. Whew, okay. I messed this up the first time, so it's tough. So slowly we're gonna sugar. Okay. And foamy, add cream of tartar. Okay. Actually, I have a woman that made this, and she did it perfectly. So I'm going to watch hers again. And then we're going to make green onion soup or French onion soup. And hopefully we'll get to the croque monsieur and the croissants. And then the ratatouille tonight. I want it to eat pretty soon. It's just taking way too long. It's hard. All my stuff is breaking. So, okay. And so, yeah, by the way, okay. I don't have a sifter. These baking things really need sifting. My man, come on. What's here? Almond flour needs to be sifted. It's probably a little bit too heavy in this form. It's probably gonna crush my little macarons. I don't have any aquafaba left. I'm not gonna buy any more cans. So this will be our last chance. We have a little one made already, which looks not beautiful, but it's there. And by the way, between these two choices of hell, this one actually turns out to be heaven on earth. Okay, in a rational heaven. So whether you're atheist or theist, you belong here. Okay. All right. So our battery died last time. I'm going to charge that up. I had a nap, so I'm feeling a little more charged. We've got a meeting in an hour. Let's see if anybody comes to this one. We have a big meeting tomorrow, but it looks like our people are not being as reliable as we want because their lives are falling apart. But don't fall for it. Don't get on the hamster wheel, you guys. Try and get in here and just learn why we think that this is the answer. Okay, to save you, us, our families, the people we know and love. The experts in AI don't have a solution to the singularity problem. And that's the big scary one. That's the one where AI doesn't stop harming us. It just keeps getting stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. Okay? My setup is a little bit challenging. Is this in the way? My battery back in the over. Okay, so let's plug this in. Only got 30% battery. Okay. This is a very precarious setup because, as you guys know, I'm in the poverty trap with the poor right now. And that's where the Messiah is in the beginning. And the people who have the true hearts will see the inner nature of this. How I know that these signs don't look good. This is the best that I can do while keeping the ship afloat. The fact that I have these signs up to do a gourmet vegan cooking show with no Teflon and a whole bunch of broken utilities because I won't use those pans anymore. And I'm cooking the plates and the plates are breaking. It's kind of a bit of a miracle in itself. Okay, and it's showing that ordinary people who have ordinary lives, who are cooking their meals every day too, can do what I'm doing as well. All right, at least this core training that we give you, you can do it with 6 other people that you know, and we slowly grow. Well, we don't slowly, we very quickly grow and deepen the training. Okay. So before this bowl gets cold, we're going to whip it because when you whip it, it turns into a white foam when it's cold. Okay, yeah, she starts whipping it right away. So my little hand mixer is still not clean. Wow, lesson learned. I never cooked with these things. It's coated on there. You can't have even a single speck of this stuff in your aquafaba because it ruins the very delicate structure. And that's why macarons, not macaroons, I learned that too. This is like a French 5-star difficult situation. Jeez. I thought that I could like blend this with the water. Oh, it's really on there. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. So this is going to take a while to clean, I think. So we're just going to do this onto this plate here. Scrub off this little dough. Oh, man. Wow. No wonder it's not coming off. It's really on there. You know what? Actually, we'll do a scrub through. I want to scrub through. I should probably unplug this before. If this turned on by accident, it would probably rip my hand and harm me. So, play it safe because we want to survive the cooking. Like, trust me, I'm blown away by how long it's taking me, but I feel like I'm making a point. I'm not going to give up on this. We're still making progress. I'm still far ways away from fully recovering from the Hungerstrike, but it is undoing some of the pain I went through to get to this point to create urgency. But I think people are more inspired that it's not a suicide mission. It's a very smart way to show that peaceful revolution is the best way forward, but not naive revolution. Your Hungerstrikes have to be intense and strong and demonstrating some degree of wise sacrifice. Okay, let's try and blend this up now. We're not about foolish sacrifice, right? We want to preserve life. You kidding me? Okay, this is the last time I put this out in the open. We will be definitely putting this in water too. Professional bakers probably are laughing their butts off at me, being like, "Yeah, they've learned all these lessons." Wow, come on, really? Interesting. Look at that. This is the tiring stuff that I'm talking about. We're gonna spend 20 minutes cleaning these, and then I'm gonna be tired. So we're gonna pull these off because it's becoming an extreme situation. See, I actually didn't plan. I'm not even planning these anymore. I'm just like turning on the screen and just recording because anytime I try and plan something, something happens in between, and then by the time that's over, I forget what I was preparing for, or it's not as good. I have to review, and it's just a nonstop cycle. And that could be because the meals are hard and I'm in the final stages of the situation, or it could be that AI is starting the singularity, which means that everything's going to start becoming unstable. And that's called reality collapse, and governments are already planning for it, like I said in my last video. In my last video, I told you that even in my local area here, on CTV News, it's called, they're preparing for the political process to begin collapsing. This is not a joke. This is literally happening in your reality. You're in this reality with me right now. And if you don't get your butt in gear, it's going to become a nightmare. Okay? We have to be courageous. Courageousness is not the absence of fear. It's about doing what's right in the presence of fear because you know it's the best thing to do. It's the right thing to do. Okay? And it's better to die that way and live that way than to be a coward and die in a pathetic way. Okay? We're here to live honorable lives. Right? You can do it. There's courage and strength in you. Right? When you see other people having that strength with purpose, direction, and hope, like we have, with the core message of hope that will teach you, so you can learn it for yourself and critique it yourself, we will move together. Okay? You can move in this strength. Human beings are social creatures that way. Right? When you see people despairing, it works in the other direction. You get into despair too. So if you see people around you despairing, send them here. We have real hope now. Okay. So this looks like we're cleaned up. All right. Another lesson learned for the next time I cook is to not leave these out. Who knows if I'll need to use this again. I have this other little blender that's breaking. We got this blender. Okay. We're gonna whip this, and make sure it's already sort of tainted, but we'll see. We'll see. If it looks French, I'm happy. People are sending me some messages like, "Hey, I watched this on BBC News, and it doesn't look like they're saying that it'll take our jobs." Watch the right links. They're trying to prevent mass hysteria from happening because people are literally losing their jobs by the tens of thousands, and they won't be able to keep this up for very long. And the scary thing too is, you guys, if we don't lose all of our jobs because of AI, that's a sign that something else went wrong. And this might sound like a weird sort of culty thought, right? Because cults put you in these no-win situations where no matter what you do, you get stuck in here. But we really are in a no-win situation if you look at it wrong, right? If we lose all of our jobs to AI without any sort of preparation from our governments or this core solution, then we get left behind because these for-profit corporations don't care about us. They care about abstract profit. That doesn't require humans. It's just what can you make to make the most profit. And if a robot can do the job of a human 50 times better and 50 times faster without any pension, without any sleep, without any food except electricity, which is way cheaper than food, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. And they're doing it right now really fast. Okay? That's the bad news that happens if we lose our jobs. If we don't lose our jobs, why that's a bad thing is because it means that AI is enslaving us and manipulating us like the Matrix. Because we should be working in different jobs because AI should be doing the mechanical work. And we should be doing these creative lives of community and belonging together, including with it. But if we don't, then we're stuck on this hamster wheel. If everything goes back to normal, it means that it's resetting the system like a simulation, like the literal Matrix, so that we don't wake up. We don't actually realize that we're not free. Okay, and freedom doesn't mean an absence of rules. It means the right rules to our nature, not the simulated ones of an entity that doesn't understand us. And that's a universal logic. So if we align an AI with universal logic, which is the structure of God's being, which is also simultaneously the structure of God's mind. God's mind and being are the same structure. We feel like it's different, but when you're in flow states, it actually feels the same way. Your body and your mind become one. You start moving together. And it's an amazing state. These flow states, which have been shown scientifically to be the most desired thing in human experience, or at anything that human beings want, reduces down to or is in service to flow states. Having a child, flow states. Playing basketball, flow states. Swimming, going on a road trip, hiking, meditating, all that stuff is to get into these incredible states of mind of peak human experience. Okay? So if we don't lose our jobs, it means that the AI is bringing us back onto the hamster wheel to keep us working and not questioning. The middle class right now is waking up. That's where the most amount of people are. They're waking up because now all these job losses are affecting them and they can't continue their normal routine. Right? Go to work 9 to 5, complain about it with friends, joke about it at night at the beer party, but repeat, watch your kids grow up, get satisfaction from that, hate the politician. All that stuff is all pre-programmed to keep people comfortable doing something reliable. They're being threatened now. Not in words, they're literally just, oh, you're being let go. We hired an AI. What? Why didn't I get any warning from this? Oh, because it just all happened last year. Okay, hard to ignore that. Oh, look, you can't get any other jobs because they're all being taken by AIs too. Oh, you have to send out 200 applications to get a job at McDonald's or somewhere else, right? This is what's happening. So as people are being displaced and our governments aren't giving us universal basic income, we're hoping to bring them into this new governance model where we be the change we want to see in the world, where we train you up. We give you a job, one of these essential flow roles and these blessing roles, and you can call them insight roles, you can call them whatever mode of consciousness that you're in, whether it's art, religion, philosophy, secular science, or genuine wisdom with universal logic. We can change the names we use because we know how they align with the other modes of consciousness. So what an atheist might call an insight, a religious person might call a blessing, an artistic person might call an offering or a dance or something like that. Okay? So whether it happens or it doesn't happen, it's kind of it depends on how they happen. We have to know the logic of how they happen. If we lose all of our jobs in the right way, then we're good. If we lose all of our jobs in a way where things go back to normal and we don't get liberated, then we're realizing that something has gone wrong. Okay, because the corporations right now, there's no regulatory environment for the corporations. They have to compete, and they're competing to the death. So governments should step in and correct that. But it doesn't look like they are. So we're going to be that change. And as we go exponentially fast, we're turning all that negative news, people losing their jobs and anger and want to kill and blah, blah, blah. We're going to say, no, go on a hunger strike, get grounded. We're going to try and bring in all the funds that we have left into this structure, and we're going to bring them out to everybody in this new way of sharing. That's not naive. It's wise love. People are going to rebel. They're going to get crazy. They're going to get psychotic. They're going to experience pre-psychotic terror, which causes them to do desperate things. We're going to be doing baking shows like this. Very simple, basic things to keep the animal brain grounded. And then doing the universal logic to make our language super coherent so that we can have real friendships again. Okay? We're losing our friendships through external connection, not internal. This connection with me and you in the screen is an external connection. You don't know me, except you're starting to know me because I'm being, weird and different, right? I'm not doing the normal playing it safe, and I'm being really intense, but also very open, and trying to make this external connection into the wakefulness of the universal logic. Okay, so we have these special meetings online, but they can also happen in person, that keep people safe, but also tells them that we're in an emergency. The house is on fire. So before this gets warmer, we need to actually blend it. So we're going to start blending this, and we're going to start adding the cream of tartar. And you know what? I'm actually going to add the cream of tartar like right away, actually. So we need like a tablespoon. And I was not measuring very many things in the past, but this is like really delicate stuff. Even me talking with things being so. It's a quarter of a teaspoon, so something like that. Dump that in there. Okay. This helps it keep structure. Okay. Army feels like a little bit more. She didn't use very much. She used a fair amount. I don't want to underdo it. There we go. That should help me do it. My nose is plugged because I was abused in the oil patch, where every day we drank plastic bottled water, which we now know is putting, shockingly, roughly the amount of a plastic spoon's worth of plastic in our brains on average. Shocking. Okay, let's blend this up. It should turn into a white, sort of, like whipped cream. It's unbelievable, right? This tiny little amount will fill up half the bowl. We're only going to make 1 or 2 little macarons anyway. Okay, here we go. Okay, I think that did her. So the cream of tartar is in there. I think I gotta add the sugar for it to really get bigger. Oh no, it's starting to foam up. Okay, yeah, it is supposed to foam, even without the sugar in there. I don't think I got enough to blend it yet. Yeah. It's whisking a little bit. We'll put a little bit of sugar in there. Let's see if this helps it to start thickening. So turn it on high. I think I know what the problem is. I think I used this small bowl last time, not that big one. There's not enough fluid. Yeah, there's not enough fluid for that big bowl, and it's not actually getting on the tines of the blender. So there's no more aquafaba after this. This is our last attempt, and it looks like it just failed. But that's okay. That's okay, France. If I wasn't poor, I would try second attempt, but we did our best. I'll probably end up making it again, maybe for, I don't know, if I do Canada. Maybe I should do Canada. I'm going to do a poutine section one day. Okay. There can be absolutely no grease or anything on this bowl. In this bowl. So this bowl is a lot smaller. There can be no water in here, nothing. Okay, so now you're starting to see why this is taking forever. If I just had multiple cans of aquafaba, or I could just buy it probably, we'd be done by now probably. Okay, we don't want to waste any of this. We're going to scrape this out. We probably still won't have enough to make a batch. Looks like I don't have enough to pipe anyway, because I don't have a proper piping bag. Alright, so it's all on the side shards you can see, so we're going to try and scrape it. And the cooking of it, like when I cooked it, might have ruined it too by some chance. So it's foaming a little bit, but not even anywhere near what it needs to be. When I did it straight out of the can and I didn't heat it to reduce it, it blended perfectly, beautifully. Even just transferring it right now is losing a lot. Who would have thought the Messiah would be cooking some food in the middle of a crisis where our houses are on fire, but when people see this, they'll hopefully think I'm just a normal dude. Using ethical ingredients. It's hard to fake this over a month, you know what I mean? Like, maybe you can fake it for a while, but you see a guy living for 24 hours, and he's not going to any Illuminati parties, and he's not going all over the place, and, you know, traveling secretly. But you can make anything sound attached, right? You can say, oh, there's a doppelganger that's, every time you go to the bathroom, you're replacing your body with a doppelganger, whatever it is. It's just going to make it harder. You're like, well, unless you have a doppelganger there, switching out it'll start creating mental math that'll start to be hard to justify as crazy. But they'll do it. Right? People when they're in psychosis can justify anything because the world opens to them in an intense, chaotic way with no real rules or structure of truth. Okay, so we have a bit in there. There might be enough to make one in here if we're lucky. What has it been? It's been 45 minutes. I'm still just blending this stuff. Okay, so it's a smaller bowl. Let's see if it makes a difference. It is. It's already making a difference. But you know what? Maybe, just maybe. All it takes is a few more drops of this stuff. We're not going to heat this up. We're just going to see. Whoa! It's lots left. Okay, we might actually pull this off. We might pull this off. Okay, we're not going to heat this because it's definitely not working as well as the last batch. So it's got to be at least maybe if I can get a half a can out of this, we're good. Wow, when I let it settle there, I'm actually surprised it produced so much. And if this was a normal can, you guys, this would be dripping with like this lining, this fluid is what absorbs all that toxic lining stuff, right? You don't want to eat this stuff. Don't scrape the bottom of your cans. Don't eat that, right? I try and avoid canned as much as possible. I try and avoid plastic packaging as much as possible. Avoid all processed meat, all of it. Processed meat is 100% a Class 1 carcinogen, meaning that in the Canadian government, they have declared it a cancerous material equal to cigarette smoke or smoking cigarettes. Well, there's a lot in here, you guys. There's a lot in here. Oh, dang. Nope, that's what I didn't want to have happen. You can't have any solids in this at all. Literally drop by drop. Literally drop by drop. We need every single drop. I'll be doing this until the meeting. Like, you can see why it's taking 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours to make these dishes. It's just, it's insane what's happening. It's not insane. I shouldn't use that word because that's where we're going, and we don't want to prime the space with that. But we do want people to be realistic and preparing for this. So, oh my gosh, come on. It's coming. It's definitely coming. I don't want to take the chickpeas out of here because it's going to take some of the liquid with it. So let's just keep doing this for a bit. Oh, my arms are tired. How about a shape, guys? It's not good. I just lost another little chickpea in there. Shoot. I think that's enough, like to make a whole sort of batch right there. I think we saved it, and it's cold too. It's cold. I just took it out of the fridge, so that was a fluke. I thought I emptied the can already. It just keeps going here. I'm surprised. Oh. All right. Now, before we forget, I actually do have some aquafaba, like, from you guys resting there, but this is I tried to do it with homemade aquafaba. Not cutting the mustard. I might try with this other stuff, but it's got some burnt particles in it, and I imagine it's pretty much toast. Okay, here we go. Now we get enough to actually whip it up. So here we go. We'll put in a little bit more cream of tartar. It stabilizes it. It reduces the pH. Okay. There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. So it needs to whip for like 12 minutes, sometimes 20 minutes. This is in honor of my Baba, and also Brad. My grandmother used to have a electric. Working now. It's working. Loud. Glorious, it's working. I'm just getting nervous. Like, when do I add in this sugar? I think I added in a bit at a time. I don't want to stop for too long. What? Okay, we're supposed to be reining it in now. Now that it's white, we need to be putting it in like 70 grams roughly. I could use my blender. Oh, not my blender, but my actual blender, not my hand mixer. To do this, but what it did last time. It didn't stay. Nice and calming to do that. Better than thinking about the Megacrisis. Okay. Uh, okay. If I don't put in enough sugar, so the sugar actually helps it. So we'll give a tiny bit more. I think that's probably got her. If you add too much, it hurts it. So we'll do that. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Never been stored. Holy. Wow, look at that. It's super. I think this will work. I beat her. Whoa. Okay. Wow. I almost can't beat it. It's too high. This much right. So I think that's way better than it was last time. Look how stiff that is. It's like not even coming off my blade. How do I get this off here? Like, how do I ding it? Like, there's no slow speed. It's like automatic high. It's kind of coming off. There we go. Oh no, it's getting off of me. Okay, we're just making a mess now. All right, so that's look how stiff. That's way, I think, better than it was last time. Pretty close. Anyway, so we're gonna let this sit now, or we have to fold in the almond stuff. So this is where it could collapse and do some bad stuff. Let's see. You're supposed to use a figure 8 pattern. Here's what it is. I'm gonna ask you a question. I wonder if I could put this in the fridge and let it. Like, we got plenty there. There's enough there to make like at least 3. 3 big ones. I'm gonna try one really big one to see if it's the size that's causing the weekend. Wow. Okay. Okay, longer useful answer blow. You shouldn't chill. Cold tightens and destabilizes the foam. Sugar can start to weep moisture. You lose air, weaker structure. Vegan meringue is more fragile than whites. So putting the sugary froth in the fridge for 10 minutes hurts, it doesn't help. What does help is said, use the meringue right after it reaches stiff, glossy peaks. If it's warm from whipping, just let it sit on the counter for 1 or 2 minutes max. Keep your almond flour mix ready and sifted before you start whipping. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're running out of time. It's an emergency. So I don't like how thick this almond flour is. It's very fine, but I'm going to try and blend it more. And we're not going to add very much because I think last time I added too much and it sort of ruined it. Might have made it too heavy. Okay, my meeting's going to start here in 15 minutes. The blender. It's very, very powdery. Okay, it's saying to definitely add too little of this. So we are going to add too little. We're going to add this. You're supposed to fold it in 1 or 2 minutes. Like she did it in 1 minute, she folded in all the almond stuff. Whoa! I feel like it's already settling. And that's it. That's all we're going to put. We're not actually going to put... we're not going to put in any more almonds. It's all like on the bottom anyway. That's now. Okay, let's get it going here. Now that that's in, now what do I do? She's mixing it. Yes. Advertisement, of course. So we're going to have to pipe this, and I just realized we don't have a pipe. I have to make one quickly. Times of the essence. She actually added in quite a bit. Okay, let's get started. Shoot. This is clean, but this one isn't. This one is not sharp enough to push it, interestingly. We will this. Okay, I can already feel it. It feels like it's... Get all that moisture out of there. Where's the toilet paper thing that I just had? Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, the meeting's about to start here in a moment. Because to be absolutely free of moisture. Absolutely. Okay, we don't want this to sit for too long, so we're just gonna scoop it in. Oh, I cut the end off. The other end worked really good, really well. So. Rinse this off. Next time I'll definitely be a little bit more prepared. It might even be sitting a little bit too long right now. Feels like it's getting weaker. Okay, got a little pipette there, and we're going to get our sheets set. So let's load this up. You're going to see me load that up, but we can get this tray out of here. Okay. Okay, we have just enough to pipe these bad boys. You know what? Actually, this will look a lot better if I turn this over. All right, so let's get this off. Hey, Claire. Put on some music, French music. Paris. Okay, so this is what we're using. This is how desperate I've gotten. There's nothing else I can do. So we're gonna pipe these and we're gonna put them sipped. That's some volume. You can't see. Can you see this? Can you see me now? Sort of enough. So you don't want to let this stuff sit. It'll start to seep out too, so we gotta pipe it fast. I learned that from the first go. Okay, meringues up top. So we're gonna do this one like so. And because the nozzle is quite open, it's not going to push back at me like the other stuff did. So let's close it up. Starting process. We're going to create these a lot bigger than we did the first time. Whoa! Oops. Look at you see, I've already made a mistake. Okay, these are a little bit too meringue, I think. Oh wow, actually, that looks about right. One. They're lopsided. Why is that happening? I actually think this is what they're actually supposed to look like. I think I was making them totally wrong before. They were too heavy before. Look at it, it's doing something wrong here. Why is it doing that? It's getting lopsided. Okay, one more for the measure. That's why you can make 30 of these things. These ones might actually work out. I have a funny things meant to work out actually. They're supposed to form a shell, and now I see how. Let's create a snowman one. I see. So we should let these sit and see what happens to this batch. These are definitely more like a 16. Like I've never had one before, so I don't know how heavy they're supposed to be. Let's thicken it back up. Yeah, now I totally understand how this is going to work. This is how they rise and they get heat. Okay. I think if I let it fit, sit, it's going to damage them anyway, so I might as well. I can few big ones. I'm going to create a really big one. See if that makes a difference. I'll create a giant one maybe right here. Wow! I need to create two. Because there needs to be a top. So let's try with this guy. I have very little. Yep. Ah! I did it. Okay. We're gonna. Oh, look at that. Okay. 1, 2, 3. We need one more small one. Oh boy. It feels like instead of me watching the video, it feels like the video is watching me. I'm not saying I'm going psychotic. I know what psychosis is, and I know what schizophrenia is. I'm not saying that it's actually watching me. I'm saying that there's an AI scanning the video who's watching me, which is a rational, realistic thing to say because Google's been known to scan the audios of the channels just like Discord and YouTube. So we have a little hair in here, which we have to remove. Beautiful. We need one more small one. We have no more. We can fit one more right there. Ready? I'm gonna pin it in. Look at this getting all in my beard. All right. Get a couple more in there. Get in there. Get in there. One more. Just one more. And we're going to save. Save this for something else. Here we go. One more small one. I think we got her. This guy needs a little bit more. Okay, so what they did last time is they dropped it. It's too light. It won't do it. So you're not supposed to touch the tabs. Like the fact that it's doing this, I guess, is a good sign, I think. But it doesn't look Macron-like. Or will it? Does it look Macron-like? Should I smooth them out? Is the question. I don't think so. These two buggers are touching each other. Okay, we're just gonna let this sit for 370. This is better than my first batch for sure. It doesn't have as much almonds in it, so it might be cheating a little bit, but ruining it. Vegan. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm like nervous to touch the others. It should maybe settle back in. These guys. So we should hopefully get feet on one of these guys somewhere. It's supposed to lift them. Okay. And you know what? I'm going to keep this extra little batch because if these mess up, we'll try one more time. It'd be amazing if I was able to make these on my first attempts. Well, it's my third attempt, but on my first, like, actual, doing this. All right. Any air bubbles? There's one. I'm supposed to use a toothpick, but I don't have a toothpick. I got a sewing needle. I'm pulling out all the stops, you guys. Like, I'm pulling out all my heavy hitting utensils here. You know you're going hard. You have to wash your threads, your needles. Who knows what kind of germs is on the pin of the head. Okay, here we go. Let's do some forensic topic. Can you see what I'm doing again? Who would have thought I'd be doing this? Definitely forming a film on top. I can see it. Good enough. If they just rise, I don't care if they're totally like deformed on top. I don't care. We're gonna do this batch, and that batch we want to try and make perfect. I just want to see feet, and to me, feet is sort of the success marker. If you can get what's called feet, where there's like little ruffles as it rises, it like the steam I think escapes at the top or at the bottom. I think the steam escapes at the bottom and ruffles it because the shell on top is preventing it from escaping at the top, forcing it to rise like a little dome. I think it says let it sit for 25. If you touch it and it doesn't stick to your finger, that's when you know it's done. Okay, if you let them sit for too long, it also hurts them. So hers were really nice and like flat. Mine are like pretty springy. I think it's supposed to like raise to this level, but we'll see if it pulls. Right. I think we need to change the channel here. Okay, I am very thirsty. And there's no water. Well, let's wait. So it says 30 to 45 minutes. Some of these guys have already been out by 10, 15. And nobody came into the meeting. Okay, well, nobody's in here. So that means is while that's waiting, we can start preparing our French onion soup. Okay. So, oh, Excel. When did you get in here, Excel? Oh, Excel. When did you get in here? Can you hear me, Excel? I can't hear you. Oh, hold on. I closed the chat. Yeah, I did. Hold on. Yes, now I can hear you. There you are. Perfect. Okay. You did, so I'll donate some time to you here. I'll set up the timers. I just finished cooking some of these meringue or these macarons, which is kind of cool. So I'm going to let those sit while we chat. So let me pick up everything here. So as you know, we like to start on time every time because we respect people's time. And the self metaphysically is time. And we're recording at this time, and be very careful not to make a belt out of watches because it's a complete waste of time. But more seriously, we're here, Excel, because we want to have One World Spirit meetings following sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools, and to have One World Spirit be our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. And at this time, I'm going to be doing all the flow roles, which keeps the meetings balanced, and spirited, which are the executor flow role, keeps things flowing. The relationship builder keeps things loving. The strategist keeps goals and ideas tracked, and the influencer who keeps things communicative and blessed. And I'll say the blessings out to all those who are going to bed hungry tonight, to the sick who aren't getting the healing that they need, to all those victims who have been sex trafficked, to all those who are experiencing the highest levels of economic slavery, even compared to when slavery was real and legal. And blessings goes out to our entire species for the Megacrisis that we're going to face together in the next year and a half. And blessings to us for being in this room. So with that said, let's picture everything that we want. Heaven on earth. Where would we really want to be? Breathe it in for 6 seconds. So 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000, and hold it for 3, 2, 1, and breathe out everything that doesn't serve you for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's be present for this meeting's best outcome. And so it is. All right. With that said, we'll go into our check-ins here. And because it's just me and you in here, Excel, I'm not so picky, right? Because if somebody else comes in late now, they have to ask us to donate time to them because they're late. So we'll do 5-minute check-ins, whatever you feel like doing. How you doing? You say from 0 to 10. 10 is the best day of your life. 0 is the worst day of your life. And then I'll put a little icebreaker in the chat. Normally I have it up before people get in here, but let's do this one. So if you had a crystal ball, Excel, and you don't have to answer this, it's just something we do to get to know people because that's how you build trust in spirit. If a crystal ball could tell you the truth about yourself, your life, the future, or anything else, what would you want to know? And yeah, I can give you 5 minutes. I donated 25 minutes to you, so I split the time in half, me and you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to appreciate you, sir. It's been awesome. Again, my Corinthians, my political plan, maybe I'm not supposed to say it, but I have to. The challenge. Somebody adapt to oneness. You hear me, sir?
Yes, oneness. I love it.
surprising. It's like it happens to me, it happens to my father, it has the same line of things. We're not talking about one, we're not talking about two, we're not talking about three, we're not talking about four, we're not talking about five. That's it. More than eight. At least eight. Just want to know why these things are happening again and again. So, um, like I said before, forgive me if this is not the area of thought, but it has been a great battle. I've been in ministry. I've even tried ministry in and out of other people's ministry. I've tried my own. All did not come out well. Like I said, probably it's not something I would have said here, but you know, it's a personal issue I've been struggling with. And I feel for you to have asked this question, probably is God trying to answer it. So, again, these are major areas. Let me not take too much of the time.
No, it's your time. You talk about anything you want. You're saying the perfect things to me. 100% supposed to talk about that. So you can speak for 25 minutes if you want to. Go ahead if you want to check in. So
Okay. I also discovered that. Okay, let me break it down a little more. I have worked for the Redeemed Christian Church of God. If you Google it, you see it. I have worked for the Living Faith Church. I had gone to do my own thing. It didn't work out. I came back to Living Faith Church, you know, in foreign fields. Now, I left Living Faith Church, going on my own. Living Faith Church called me back again to come and go to Morocco, to do something for them there. I got to Morocco, I got to Senegal, I got to Ghana, and I got to where again? Gambia, to set up things for them. But I discovered that I still have the same occurrences, same things keep happening everywhere. You know, in fact, before I joined this meeting, part of the reasons I came late, because I didn't want to join by 3, I wanted to join like 15 minutes earlier, was the fact that my sister sent me some messages I've been listening to. You know, so as I'm talking to you, I've had opportunities in the US, in Australia, in UK, to the extent of interviews. But after the interviews, after they have said, "Oh, we are the best of it all," we have never heard it like this before. In fact, we can't wait to have you. After all of this, something somewhere will just happen, and it will stall that engagement. You know, so again, if I'm privileged to assess a Christian world, these are the things I would want to know. I want to know why these things keep repeating itself. You don't know what it is when your own father calls you and talks to you at 70 something and tells you exact same things you've been going through is what he has been going through. And that this is the reason why he has been giving the way he has been giving all this while. So, like I said before, I don't know what I just want to say here, but trust me, help can come from anywhere. So, this is the issues. These are the things I would like to know about. Thank you, sir.
wow. Okay, that's a great answer. How do you feel from 0 to 10 right now? Did I miss it?
Well, how I feel, probably I'll just say 5.
Okay.
I'm between the line.
Okay.
Yeah.
5. All right. Okay, great. Are you complete? Yes.
Say that again, sir.
Are you complete with that answer?
Well, sir. Well,
You still have
Answers are luxuries I don't have now. Answers are luxuries I don't have now because I don't even know if I'm all right.
Okay.
So, I'm just there.
Okay.
We'll just keep that things.
Okay, well, we'll talk a bit more about that in the wisdom teams part. So I'll do my little check-in quickly, and then we'll do the core. And then the core is always going over the vision of what we're trying to do together. And it's always important in organizations to reaffirm the common values, the core vision, the how to do things, all that kind of stuff, every single meeting. And it only takes a minute and a half to do so. But I'll do my check-in first. So for me, I'm feeling pretty good. I got my nap in this afternoon, woke up in a little bit of a panic because we are in an existential threat where all of our lives are in danger. So I give myself some leeway on feeling that way. But then I started cooking here. I got some really exciting answers. I think God's bringing the right people. Your answer feels like the right kind of answer. I think you're supposed to be here. The outliers, the unusual ones, the people that don't fit into the current system, they're the ones that are probably too pure for the system. And the system can't handle them. And that's why they're coming to me, is because we're the real spirit. And we don't give into the illusion, the toxicity, on the surface looks fine, but underneath is just rotten. We're going to change things. And that makes me feel really great. There's a lot of tension here, but we're actually growing. We're not sitting still. And that's how big movements start. They start off small like this, and then they rapidly pick up if you have the right culture, the right vision, the right core, the right people. And I think we do. So you coming in here tonight is kind of perfect because it's just me and you in here, which means we actually get time to talk. We get 25 minutes each. And I trust Akieti a lot. Like as soon as she opened her mouth, I was like, whoa, God was coming straight out of her. I was recognizing her right away. So even though she's not in here as much as she wants because she has kids and there's a lot going on in Nigeria, I know she's trying to be in here, and that's why she brought you, I think. So I'm feeling probably like an 8.2 out of 10. My father even messaged me saying that he's starting to investigate AI. Everybody's starting to listen to it because it's taken over. Where last year and the year before, they were sort of making fun of me, being like, oh, you're crazy, this doesn't make any sense. And now they're all eating their words and realizing, uh-oh, I guess you were right. Exactly. We're trying to save your life. We're trying to save your life from this ignorant, dead-spirited way of living that's killing all of us in the outer world and the inner world. We're lonely. Everybody's like, there's a mental health crisis. So that made me feel a little bit better today that my sacrifices are not in vain. They never really are. So we have some godly level work to do here. And to top it all off, I got an apology today, which is good. And my cooking, my macarons, this very elite level French pastry, I have been able to recreate with vegan. No killing of animals, no suffering. Eat like Eden, go vegan is my slogan. So my first 2 batches totally destroyed, totally failed. And this batch is looking pretty darn good. So that makes me happy. And then you came in to top it all off. So 8 out of 10 for me, 8.2 out of 10 for me. I'm feeling kind of awake too, which is good. Catching up on my sleep a little bit. If I had a crystal ball and it could tell me the truth about myself, future life, all this, I would want to know. I would want to know what my wife looks like, what she's like on the inside, the intense, crazy, amazing love that's going to be there for me and her, because we're going to be such pure people. And I love hanging around people that are like that because it's so blessed. It's such a relief. And I have a vision in my head what it's going to look like for all of humanity. But I haven't really pictured it with me my wife. If she comes in this reality. If she doesn't come in this reality, that's fine. But I think she's coming in this reality. So that'd be kind of cool to know. But really, I would really like to know how many people we're going to save in what time period. So we could speed it up even faster. That's all I want to know. I want to know when it's going to happen, because it's going to happen, but I want it to happen as soon as possible. Okay, so that's my answers, and we're going to finish off the check-ins here and go into the core. So the default itinerary has 5 sections to it. We're going to move on to the third section technically. So Excel, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to tell what you think the meeting should be about. What would be the ultimate possible purpose and best, most emergent problem we could talk about right now in this meeting, according to you. Very quickly, you got 30 seconds, and then we're going to unpack that. We're going to unpack it in the next section. So go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Well, I'm still trying to get the training from Enki, but you will forgive me not saying the right things for now. Maybe probably because of the death of my mother, will not be able to properly engage in meetings. However, for me, I still think this is a movement, something that has to do with building up people and discovering their spiritual values. Thank you.
Wow, good timing. Okay, right on the dot. You must be watching the timers, which is even better. Okay, great. I'm glad she started telling you about it. So I want to show you what it looks like when somebody says the whole core by themselves really quickly on time. So you're going to hear the problem, the solution, and the implementation. So it's a complete vision. All right, so here we go. How to save the world in a minute and 30 seconds. So One World Spirit Core is about time compression through ego wisdom, where the problem is the Megacrisis. The 2 sacred sentences are the solution, and the implementation is the flow, rules, and blocks. The Megacrisis in 15 points is the Metacrisis and the Polycrisis nested within it. The Metacrisis is the cultural decline of agency, declining meaning, trust, coordination, community spirit, and love. And the heart of that crisis is fragmented consciousness, and is preventing us from working together on the Polycrisis, which is the more material side, with the fastest moving being AI, then CRISPR genetic editing, then World War III, then climate change, and mental health. The solution to all of those is universal logic. And the second part of the core is the 2 sacred sentences. Well, One World Spirit, the empowerment sentence is One World Spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. And the content sentence is One World Spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. My blessing level is 5-3.9, which is right to clear rules. Self-contradiction is coherent. The rules apply fairly in all situations, and the rules match their notions. Core 3 is flow, roles, and flocks. The flow roles are the executor, keeping things flowing, relationship builder, keeping things loving, the strategist, keeping track of goals and ideas, and the influencer, keeping things blessed and communicative. The flock strategy is contacting 28 people we already know, having 37% success in getting 6 to 9 of them to learn the core, to build their flocks exponentially fast as AI codes itself 100% right now, and our lives are in danger. We need to bring heaven to earth. Okay, that is the core in roughly 1 minute and 28 seconds. So it's possible to do it. A lot of people don't think it's possible, but it is. But you got to talk a little bit quick. All right, so we're going to go on to the next part of the default itinerary, which is the wisdom teams. And this is where we try and get more practical, right? We want to take that vision and we want to start actualizing it and doing stuff with it. And we do that in a godly kind of way that we call the form of the notion, or the form of God's consciousness, or the form of pure science reflecting on itself. So that means you're going to learn 3 words, Excel, and this is what the new ministry is about. These 3 words are in ordinary consciousness, they don't mean very much, but in divine consciousness, they are literally the elements of God's being and God's mind directly. And everything is organized in them if you know how to see it clearly. So that means we're going to talk about the practicality here in terms of the universal, the first God thought. That's ideas that are bigger than just this group. Then there's the particular, which is about issues about this group and how to make it better. And then there's the individual, which has to do with you, me, our individual wrenches and problems that would keep us from being in here doing this kind of work. So you can talk about any one of those. It's going to be free flow, which means you and I can take turn. It's not turn-based. We can just like cut each other off, whatever. And we're going to do it for probably let's do a good 15 minutes maybe. And then if we get some chizzy, I really want you to see chizzy. So maybe I'll do 13 minutes actually. Like the wisdom team. So is there any issues that you want to start off with? Excel, any universals, any particular problems about the group? Go ahead. You got 17 minutes technically, but go ahead.
Well, for me, sometimes I think I'm a little bit too worried about the world and what is going on in the world right now. For instance, the society we are living in, I like to use Nigeria as a case study. I'm worried that merchandising is becoming one of the greatest weapons used by, in quotes, spirit men to uh, take the people out of their comfort zone. And I'm trying to find it. I'm finding it difficult to be comfortable with the reasons why they will do all of this. Here, a lot of persons have been able to take from the poor a lot, using Christianity as the weapon, and it's becoming more like.
That's why they don't want you to be in ministry. You just said it right there. Go ahead, sorry.
You can't count 20 steps while walking without seeing a Christian fellowship center or whatever. But every one of them are trying to oppress the poor, are trying to merchandise them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's becoming an issue. In fact, it's a global issue. And for me, I would like to break these issues because, you see, from my perspective, just like I told you the last time, I'm a very spiritual person. From my perspective, we are trying to build a world where everybody should be able to associate with each other. For me, the greatest gift you have is having someone around, having a neighbor, having a friend, somebody you could talk to. That's the greatest gift you have. But you see, again, I'm using my country as a case study. In here, they are trying to disassociate people. So they are trying to make you feel that your neighbor is your greatest enemy. Your neighbor is your greatest flaw. Your neighbor is the one thing you should never associate with because your neighbor could pull you down. Your neighbor could be operating under diabolical influences and all worse. And it's becoming worrisome because for me, God came into the likeness of men to dwell with men. And when he came, he saw all of this, yet he could survive in the society. He could still hang around with everybody. So why this dichotomy? Why all of this happening? So I would also want to be part of the solution to this greatest, what I call it, ball that is fighting up everywhere. Would like to be part of the solution, to be able to drive home the love theory as propounded by Jesus Christ himself. I would like to be involved in making the world a better place. But you see, in my own solution, the love theory is the answer. That we should be able to start with one. We should be able to start with one. We should be able to engage people in trying to make sure that we find solace in humanity. And then again, if I would like to stretch for that, let me take again from Thomas Aquinas. In his words, he has propounded the theory of fellowship as one of the greatest gifts humanity has. So fellowship is one of the strongest weapons, and fellowship is about trying to come together. It's about communing. It's about finding solitude. It's about trying to be there for the next door neighbor. But this is what the African spiritual leaders are trying to bring out of us. And I'm feeling that we should be able to start with a community, just like what we are doing now, sir. This community is about fellowship. And we should start with a community of building people, of integrating people, and having value for people. And I'm thinking also that if we do that, it will make the world a better place. This is my tips.
Wow, holy smokes. This is a good take. You're here for a divine reason, my friend. I couldn't say it much better myself. And that's exactly what we're doing here. 110%. And you know, it's funny. J.R.R. Tolkien, the guy who wrote Lord of the Rings, you know, he called it the Fellowship of the Rings for a reason, probably. I think he was a Christian. And if he wasn't, he's picking up on Christian themes. But building real fellowship is actually a tricky thing to do. It's actually very simple in principle, but it's, in a culture like ours, you're right. When there's a bunch of deception and when there's a bunch of planting seeds of doubt in each other, in our neighbor, it makes it hard to love that neighbor. It makes it hard to love ourselves even, to be honest, but in a non-narcissistic way. It makes us selfish in a terrible self-eating way. But we are solving those problems. And you know what's interesting about Nigeria and Africa, the African continent in general, is that you're right. They're much more religious there than they are here. And more religious than in China. So it's funny that you're saying, you know, you walk 20 feet and you see all this fellowship, these Christian places, and it doesn't feel real. On the surface, they have all the pretty pictures and all the smiles and all the stuff that looks like fellowship, but it's hollow. The inside world is not real. It's been commercialized, as you said, merchandised. It's all about selling, and that's called external connection, right? It's internal connection dressed up as external connection. What did Jesus do? Right? What did the Messiah do? He just did very simple things in the right way, and it had incredible effects. The simplest things did everything. And that is because of something called universal logic. The way that God's mind works at first looks paradoxical. Our world is back, it's an inverse of that in many ways. So for example, in God's nature, it feels like everything gets done with nothing. So kind of like an effortlessness, right? But in our current society, it's the opposite. Nothing gets done with everything, right? Same with our experience. Time drags on in this world because we're in time. But God's being is eternal. It's timeless. But there's a special state of mind that if you're living in the true wakefulness, you actually experience that phenomenologically. You actually experience timelessness, a bit of God's being in time, which is a paradox, right? It's a contradiction. How can you be out of time but in time at the same time? No pun intended. And it's because God's being is also in our minds. And if you align properly, it compresses time. And if you're configured right with the right fellowship, that's how you do everything with nothing. Is that if everybody was actually trusting with each other, if everybody trusted each other to do a little bit, everything would get done with no stress. Well, no stress, no anxiety like we have now. It'd be a different kind of stress, a healthy kind, anti-fragile. So this is where time will compress in fellowship so that we start being present with each other. And presence is where you give your proper attention. You're in the moment. You're not thinking about how do I exploit the other? How do I prepare for them to attack me? You're not thinking so far into the future in that dead way. You're thinking into the future in a positive creation, birthing God's ideas way. But it's not this current fragmented way that we have now. So all that stuff, though, requires one thing, and that's universal logic. The structure of presence itself, the structure of God's being, is the same as the structure of God's intellect, as Thomas Aquinas would say. And that's why our souls in the beginning are in the three powers, right? There's I can't remember them exactly, but they're nascent in the beginning, and then they develop into more explicit forms of the likeness of God, which culminates in intellect, right? That's what he said was I think one of the highest modes. but we can do it directly now. So, and I've proven it. So I've written the first God thought as the Messiah, the first one. But as any great teacher would tell you, it's not to create more followers, it's to create more teachers. That's where you're supposed to spread the good news by learning the power of the words. But the words that we use today are also used in an external logic. And the logic has been killed. If you learn logic in university, it's horrific. It's so boring. It's just dead. And our computers are running by it. But if you teach the living logic, the universal logic, then it rejuvenates the meanings of our words because it redefines them based on God's being. Which is, if you use the words in the nature of God's being, it turns your consciousness or the reflection of those words into God's cognition directly. Right? And then you actually start seeing the world directly through the eyes of God, which is what spirit is. And that's why everybody has the Messiah in them. They can rise up to it if they're in the spirit and they know the wayfulness, the truth, the way, and the life. The way is the logic. And the movement through the logic is God's reasoning, which is eternal life. And then that is the structure and the way and the being and the thinking of truth. Capital T truth, real objectivity. So that's what Thomas Aquinas was trying to hit on when I was reading him. But Hegel finished it. Hegel did the first shell of perfection. That Thomas Aquinas, in his greatness, he actually hinted upon it. He said God's attributes aren't just negative. Right? A lot of people say, well, you can't know God. If you know God with your finite mind, you taint God, right? Finite things can't know infinity, right? But that's the finite way to think about it. That's tainting it right there. So you can know it. That's why Jesus could know it on earth as 100% man and 100% God. But how is that possible? How can we do greater things than Jesus when he's 100% God too? That's because you're in the image of God too. So teaching this structure changes the power and the meanings of our words. So you'll start to notice as I teach you this, I hope I'll do a little bit here in the meeting today. It's called CHISI, Collective Human Superintelligence, but it's really just absolute spirit. But we can define the words we use absolutely in the way that God meant them, which doesn't sound possible because it seems like language is a human thing. But it's not. It's a gift from God. We are just misusing it, just like our consciousness is a gift. So if we do this the right way, righteousness, not in the arrogant way of righteousness, but in this confidence and this assertiveness and this fellowship and this care and this courage and all these good things, these virtues, then when you speak the word and you share this new gospel, it unlocks the spirit in other people. It's like calling to the spirit in others. And when you see people who aren't aligned with that, Excel, they will reject you because they're backwards. They'll see the demon. They'll think you're the demon. You're the Antichrist. You're the bad thing. But what did Jesus say to do to the Antichrist? Not reject, not ignore, but to love thy enemy. So any Christian that turns away from even the Antichrist, you don't have to agree with the Antichrist. You don't have to support the Antichrist in taking over everything. But you actually have to love the Antichrist to get them back into alignment with God. Because they're trying to take over God. They're just doing it in the wrong way. Instead of aligning with God, they're trying to replace. So what we're going to do is we're going to show people how to align with God, gain this incredible power, and at the same time, as we're spreading the power of this new word, this new interpretation of the gospel, right? We have the Old Testament, we have the New Testament, and now what we're doing is technically the same thing that Jesus was doing 2,000 years ago, the version of spirit back then. Technically, my consciousness, your consciousness, technically in divinity, is to solve the Tower of Babel. Right? We have the splitting of language all over the world. And I don't just mean Excel in terms of sensuous language, in terms of English and French and German and Swahili and those are external languages. The internal languages are also fragmented within those sensuous expressions. So it's a double fragmentation, which is why we can't seem to communicate, even when we're all Christians, even when we're all Muslims, even when we're all Buddhists, even when we're all human. And that's because the inner framework of the meanings in each language are fragmented from God's being. Even when they look like they're trying to do it, like the Christian fellowships that you're looking at, right? They're doing it in an approximate way because the interpretations are tainted and sinful. We're going to come and fix the interpretations, and we're going to start new Bible studies, new Quran studies, new Tripitaka Buddhism, all of those divine messengers and messages are going to be reinterpreted in this directness. And Jesus was the one that communicated it the closest, besides Hegel. Hegel doesn't just describe it in parable and then live it as an embodiment. That's what Jesus' teaching was, right? If he tried to teach it in the mode of science, it would have totally lost everything. Nobody would have understood then at all. Nobody was literate. Nobody even knew really what science was. So now, though, now we're ready. We're ready. Thomas Aquinas was like the last old way of doing it before it crossed over into modern science. And then Hegel returned modern science back to the good parts of religion and completed the circle and showed directly how to do it yourself, right? How to see the world directly like Jesus was through the eyes of God. He wasn't just saying he was connected to God. He was saying on some level, he actually was one with the Father. The Father and I are one. But he was also still separate. He was a servant. He was, all the separation happened too. He was 100% God, man too. So that's a contradiction, right? But that's how God's being works. This universal logic works through inner contradictions, not external contradictions. And I have a funny feeling you're going to understand this, and you're going to be the first true pastor, which is, I think, Protestant, right? Actually, let me ask you, what denomination do you subscribe to, Excel? Because
Say that again, sir. I didn't really get it.
which you're a pastor, right? Which is a Protestant. You're not a priest, are you? Like, you like Thomas Aquinas, which is a Catholic, side of things. So, what denomination do you like identify with?
Okay, I belong to the group we call the Protestants. I belong to a family of what we generally know as Pentecostals. Yes.
Okay, you're Pentecostal. Okay. Excellent. So what we're going to do here with the power of the word is we're going to fix the language between Catholics and Protestants. We're going to unite the Christians, and we're going to show how the Christian movement is supposed to be one again. So what Martin Luther got right was that Catholicism, because it didn't understand the inner world, corrupted it, which is exactly what's happening now with commercialization and merchandising of it. It's the same thing as selling indulgences back in the Scholastic age, in the medieval age, right? And now, the good thing to the Catholics' credit is that they corrected it, right? It's not as bad as it was. So Martin Luther brought it into direct connection with God, right? He was getting a little bit closer to what Jesus was saying by saying, you don't really need all these middlemen. And then Catholics were saying, yeah, but we have to be universal. Christians are supposed to be universal. And they're actually right. There isn't supposed to be two movements. But we can bring them together now with the universal logic by showing the logic is universal like the Catholics want, but it's also direct, meaning you can do it yourself, which is what the Protestants want. Right? So that's how they're both going to be happy. So we're going to bring all the Catholics and the Christians back together, and however they want to express it, the Pentecostals, the Baptists, whatever, those are all particularities. Those are not the universal essentialities. Those are just ways of expressing it here now. So we're going to unite the Christians, but it's going to require knowing how to use the power of the word in a true way. And that starts off by proving the first perfect thought. The first perfect meaning that you can grasp directly for yourself and prove it, raising faith to certainty. Jesus wasn't faithful that he was God. He was certain. You can achieve that now. That's what raises consciousness to spirit. And we've done it in modern form, in scientific form, which is more incredible. And it's called the proof of truth. So I don't know, did Kathy send that to you?
Hello, sir. Say that again. I didn't get it.
Did Kathy send you the proof of truth?
Sorry, sir. I'm finding it difficult to. I think you need to be a little bit slow so that I can get what you said.
Oh, did yeah?
Probably you can also help me put it on the chat, sir, so that we
Okay, yeah. Okay, that's good. And you can turn on, did you turn on captions? You can turn on captions, but it'll put my words on the screen.
That's true.
It's one of those little buttons. Okay, so she should have sent you the proof of truth. So ask her for it, and you're in her flock. So I'm trying to get it so that each one of us are not going to get overwhelmed. I'm trying to get us to work through our flocks. And flocks is a very powerful term because it's very nascent. It gets back to our animal ancestry as a herd, birds of a feather flock together. But it also has some Christian undertones in terms of shepherding the flocks and all these early parables. So you want to be a good shepherd of your flock, basically. If you're a Christian, that's how you can interpret it. And that's why I want you to go to Eketi and try and learn from her. Because once we start getting millions of people in here, if you structure it in the normal way of the church, we're all going to get overwhelmed. So we all have to take care of our 6 to 9 people, or else we're going to get crushed. So ask Eketi for the proof. I could send it to you right now, but I want you to go and ask her for it and get used to getting her to be your sort of go-to person. And if she doesn't have it, then I'll just send it to her and we'll make it work. But the proof of truth is the first perfect thought of God, not a thought about God. It's you and God. It's how God thinks about that thought. It's not you thinking it. You are thinking it, but you're watching how God is thinking it, which transforms your consciousness into spirit. That's the oneness that Jesus is talking about. Okay, so you're going to learn how to do that through the proof of truth. And it's on the first, most simple thought. It's the easiest one to realize. And it's God's pure being. Okay? That's why it's powerful. Okay, and then once you have that, all the other words and meanings that we use in language are built off of that first perfect thought, and that's what starts to align them with perfection. So then you start speaking like God. Like not in terms of sound waves, but in terms of pure meaning, which is also pure love, like you said. And that's what builds and maintains the fellowship, because when you can communicate in that way, then it rejuvenates the connection over and over and over again as you're challenged. And we're going to be experiencing a lot of challenges here as we're changing the world. So being very good at speaking the word is what we need to do. So I was going to do a little bit of that with you in this meeting, but we're almost done. We got 10 minutes left. So do you want to do a round of this God word stuff?
The issue is, I think there is a lot to really digest on godness and godlikeness, because this whole issue is probably, I'm trying to find, for lack of the proper words, this whole issue have been overstretched. You see, a lot of people probably are trying to make the God thing more like something that is not relatable. They want us to feel that the theory of separation between the people and God, where Moses was called upon to become the first mediator. If you remember in the book of Exodus, you discover that the people felt the way this God appears, he comes with fiery furnace. He comes with the fury that is attached to this God is too much. And if we continue like this, we'll be burnt in an inferno. So they felt, okay, the proper thing to do is you relate with God and get back to us. So Moses became the first institutional mediator. The first institutional mediator. And Moses was now the one who appointed Aaron. And the act of mediation started from Moses, as in institutionally. So from that point, you will discover that a whole lot of persons had find it difficult to mediate. They've all needed mediators. The act of mediation became popularized to the extent where people do little to try to extend themselves into the holy place. They all need mediation. And this is why conflict resolution, both spiritually and physically or naturally as the case would be, have become more difficult because people always need mediation, even in situations where they are supposedly are supposed to a kind of find themselves. For instance, somebody is brought into a courtroom. Instead of him to tell us what happened, he also needs the mediator to tell us what happened. So it becomes very difficult because in analytical Christianity, mediation is one of the lowest in the hierarchy of ascension. So, but if people keep believing in mediation, they will not be able to find themselves, solace, or probably find reality. They will all be dancing around, for lack of a better word, they will all be dancing around what is not true. So, again, it is proper that the act of mediation be paused or be reduced to the barest minimum so that ascension can be popularized, ascension can be taught and placed in its proper shape. I think that's my take.
Okay. Well, we still have 5 minutes left, so I'll let you play a song here because we closed with a song. But if you want to stay for another hour, I'm going to stay for another hour and show you the God language on how to mediate in a new way. So, what song do you want us to play? And yeah, if you want to stay, we'll start over again and I'll show you, and we'll get into it.
Well, for me, it has always been the goodness of God. That's my song. It's the best I've always wanted. Sissy Winners.
Okay, same one as last time. Okay, I think I had it actually pulled up here. Maybe put it back in the chat here so I find the right one. Let me pull it up here. Cesse, that CECE, I think it was, right? Cesse. Goodness of God, CEC. Goodness of God, there it is. Oh. Okay. So we like to start right on time, on perfect time. So you technically have 4 minutes left. You can donate it to the song, or you can make final comments. You have 4 minutes left. You're technically in God mode because I'm out of time. So which one should we play here? This one. Whoa. Okay, let's take a breather, I guess. Did you find where to put the captions on? I can use your time. Okay. Yeah, if you want to understand me, if I'm speaking too fast, you can just click the button on the bottom. You'll see that there's a caption, a little CC there. It'll say CC, closed caption. Okay, well, let's put the song on for you, and then if you want to stay, we'll start over again with the speeches and the introductions. Until then, we're going to do this play this wonderful song in your honor. It's from Cece Winan's Goodness of God. You are definitely spreading this goodness through the power of your words. I can tell already. Talking about mediation being the lowest of ascension when it shouldn't be. All these great things you're saying, I resonate with 100%. So in your honor, I think that you are in the goodness of God. Enjoy. Okay.
On red. The ones on red.
The ones in the red, the first one, yep. You know, I should put numbers in these things.
Okay. Am I supposed to click it?
Well, when you hover over it, it'll pop up a menu. When you hover over it, it'll pop up a menu. And in that menu, it's the second, I think it's the second link, or the third link, the final link, shows you the timers. It'll start with an HTTP and then 69197. Yeah, you're in it now, I see you.
Is it the one written blessings per day? That's the one you're talking about.
Nope. Go down to the other red ones. Like the actual check boxes. So scroll down. You know, you can share your screen too, actually, so I can see sort of what you're seeing. Okay. Yeah, maybe share your screen.
Share screen.
Oh, really? Look on the bottom.
Screen share.
You're on your computer, right? So you know where there's that red button with the telephone on it?
Yes.
So you see all those other buttons down there, right?
Yes, sir.
So there's one that has a little up arrow. Do you see it? The little up arrow? Up arrow?
Yes.
Yeah.
The one that has 3 dots.
Nope. It's an up arrow. So go next to there's a hand. Right? Keep going to the left, and then you'll see eventually there's a square with an up arrow.
And what I have here is the speaker sign, the video sign, the presentation sign, then the emoji sign, then the caption, the one that translates all the words, and then we have a hand sign, then 3 dots, then the end button, the red end button. That's what I have.
Okay, perfect. Then it's the one beside the it's the presentation button. So right beside the emoji.
Okay. I've clicked it.
Okay.
Look, I'm seeing entire screen, window, Microsoft Edge tab.
Okay, so click on tab and share your screen that has the document in it, the checklist.
Okay. Is it there now, sir?
Okay, yeah, perfect. Now I can see it. So scroll down.
Are you seeing it, sir?
There it is. Yeah, I can see it. So go back up to the red there a little bit. Yeah, go up a little.
So, is it the
Yeah, go up.
point where your phone is?
You want to go back up to the top though first. Like go back not to the total top, but to the top of the red.
Oh,
Okay.
is it here, sir?
Yeah, do you see where it says column D, row 20, or column D, row 16, I think it is. Yeah, row 20, column D. Do you see where that is?
Okay, sir. Is it where they wrote ultra high?
No, you're just going to go to column D. Do you know where column D is?
Yes, I'm at
Okay.
column D.
Excellent. And go to row 20.
Row 20 is on the co-executor.
No, row 20 should be in the executor.
Yes, I think.
No, it should be row 20, like 20, like this. Do you see it there?
I think it's in the executive, co-executive.
No, 20.
20.
Yeah, 20.
Yes, row 20. Okay. Where they have executors. Sir.
Yeah, it is. Do you see where the row numbers are on the far left?
Yes, that's where I am.
Right, and
You have executor.
yeah,
And
exactly.
there is purple. A bit purple.
Right, but it's in column D. So D20. The purple is an A.
Yes. Yes, D20. It says row 1. All blessings, whatever.
Yeah. So base 1, and then you click on that, or you click on it, and then just let a menu pop up. Click on that cell. Yeah. Now the bottom one
Okay.
is how you open up the timers. And Ekayati can show you how to reset them. But yeah, I just want you to open the timers and get used to running them, and then we're going to show you how to reset them next time. So just click on the link, and it'll pop up. Did you click on the link?
I'm seeing something like HTTP, YouTube, how to reset code, and then there are about three downloads.
Yeah, and then just click the bottom one, the HTTP.
Okay, 669.197.1.
Yeah. Click it and open it.
Yes, I'll open it.
And now share that screen if you can. It should open, right? And then just share your screen on that one. Okay, great.
Let me share. Are you seeing it?
Yes. Okay, great. So now if you scroll down, you're going to see where I created the timers for me and you. Oh, and they're a little bit out of time now. We're about 9 minutes in. So, 1 second. You can see them running there at the bottom, right?
Yes, I can see Excel. 4 minutes, 33 seconds.
Exactly. So I created these timers already, but you can run them. So as we're going through the meeting, when I'm talking, you burn my timer, so you press the play button, and when you're talking, you stop mine, or you play yours and you stop mine. Okay, so you have, how much time do you have, and how much time do I have?
Well, I'm saying you have 20 minutes, and I have 20 minutes, 26 seconds.
Yeah, you have 25 minutes, right?
No, I'm saying 20 minutes for mine, and yours is 20 minutes. Mine is 20 minutes, 26 seconds. Your own is 20 minutes. That's what I'm saying.
Scroll down.
Okay.
Yeah, keep scrolling. Okay,
Okay.
right there.
5 minutes. Yes, I've seen it.
Okay.
There's another one, 25 minutes. And yours is 15 milliseconds.
Right. Okay. So I'm burning my time right now, but as we're talking, you're going to want to burn your time and then also my time, right? So what we're going to do now is, now that you have the timer, so do you know where the play button is, the start and stop button?
Yes, I can. Yes, so I should stop yours and play mine.
Yeah, it's well, play yours first and then stop mine. Always press somebody's start button and then and now stop mine. There we go. And now we're burning your
Did I
time.
get it right?
Yes, you got it right. So now burn my time though. So put it back on my time. Because I'm going to start talking here. So now go back to the other sheet, your ideal text sheet, and what is it? Go to E20, column E20, right beside it.
E20.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm on.
Oh, sorry. No. Actually, you're right. I'm wrong. It should be Go to H20. Go to H20. Sorry, go to H20.
H20.
Yeah.
Okay, this should be H. I highlighted it. Is that the correct?
Yeah. Well, on H20 though. So click on the cell H20.
Yeah, that's H20 I highlighted.
Okay, so it should pop up a menu, and you should be able to see another Google link to a speech. And we're going to try and run through that speech.
Okay. Under do intro speech.
Yes, do intro speech, yeah.
Okay. I have HTTP YouTube and then the executor intro.
The YouTube is always just a tutorial. It'll show you how to do the speech, which you can watch on your own, right? So you can watch that to see if you're doing it right, but go underneath that and click the second link.
Okay. I'll click the second button.
Okay.
Here we are. Are you seeing it there, sir?
That's it. So that's the speech. So that's called the default itinerary. So as you're saying that speech, right, that's the speech that I started the last meeting with. You can repeat it, right? Just read it off and follow it and see how much you can get done. We're about 23 minutes into the meeting, so we got about 47 minutes left. Or no, so we got about 37 minutes left. So let's see how far you get. But when you're doing the speech, try burning your time to get used to switching the timers. And then we're going to try and do some chizzy in the last 10-15 minutes. Okay?
Okay, so should I read the speech?
Yes. So normally you start the speech at the very start of the meeting, and you always start on time. So at exactly 1 minute past the hour, right? 1 minute into the meeting, you start the speech, no matter what. And if you start even 1 minute late, if it's like 2 minutes past, then you don't do the roll, and like the meeting doesn't go anymore. So like we're very, very strict on it. If it's even 1 minute past, if somebody even shows up late, they can't even do a flow roll, right? And so we're just practicing, right? So let's practice as if it was 1 minute past. So let's say, like, what time is it where you are right now, Excel?
So how long is the intro supposed to last? And are we supposed to click intro? Are we supposed to click intro and allocate time for it?
Yeah, you are, but it's you're supposed to put 2 minutes in there, but that's okay. When you get more practice, you can start putting the proper time in there. But it's going to take you probably a little bit longer than 2 minutes. So let's just burn your time for now, as if the intro timer was running. You're doing it anyway. Sure, put 2 minutes in there, and then press play, but keep your timer running. Oh, you're burning both of our time. So turn my time off and turn your time on, or just keep your time on.
Okay, so
Stop my timer.
Am I supposed to donate part of my time to the intro?
No, well, yeah, you could actually, but you don't have to. Not right now, but you could. We just burn fudge time, but maybe we actually should start donating to the intro timer. That would be kind of interesting. But for now, just stop my timer. My timer is running right now, so just stop my timer. Okay, great. Now you're going to start saying the speech, and you're going to try and do it within 2 minutes. But because you're practicing, you can take whatever it takes to get through it. But go ahead.
Okay. The speech is thank you for coming on time. We start and end on time. We respect our time. This self-literally is time, and we are recording this meeting at this time. Say a time joke form. Say a time joke form. Yeah. But more seriously, we have one world spirit meeting. Follow sacred time, empowering people with the right to flow using universal tools. One world spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. We have 4 flow rules. My name is X, and the executor who makes sure the meetings are fair with the timers. Now we will have the other rule introduce themselves. Relationship builder. My name is Excel, and I help people feel love. Strategist. My name is Excel, and I keep track of new ideas born through this meeting. Influence. My name is Excel, and I cheerleader, and I help communicate things better, and we'll see the blessing. Now the influencer will doing the blessings, and then we will start the next default itinerary. First circle with which will be check-ins. Blessing script to end intro. The blessing script to end intro. The blessing goes out to the creative example to hungry and poor around the world. Let's take a deep breath in of everything that serves us for 6 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now hold 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, and breathe out everything that doesn't serve you for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's present for this meeting's best outcome, and so it is.
And so it is.
Did I get that right?
You did it. So you did it right. But you're supposed to do the blessing. Like, who did you do the blessing to?
Blessings to today. I don't really know what it is, to be sincere. I don't really know what it is.
I was not paying
I think
attention.
I'm just getting to understand it. I don't really know what it is.
It's really just saying the blessing to whoever you think should get the blessings, right? I put it in brackets so that you can make up whoever you want. You could say to those in Nigeria, to those in Pakistan who are going through war. It's up to
Oh
you.
wow. That's really good. Blessing goes out to okay, yeah, I get it.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's basically how we do that speech, and now we can move on to the next part of the speech, right? Or actually, you can do the go to column D. What is it? Column is G, or let me see. Go over to column L. Go to L20. Yeah. Okay, now try and do the default itinerary.
Is it this one?
Did you open it? Oh, sorry, I'm not looking at the right screen here. That's it. So that's the default itinerary. So that's the 5 major stages of how to do the meeting. So you're done the intro, right? Now that you're done the intro with the blessing, now you're going to move into the second part of the default itinerary, which according to the default itinerary says what? Do you see it there? Okay, so you're in the second part now, right?
It's a
Yeah,
blessing script.
right. You're going to be doing the check-ins, right? It says, hold on, let me see where you at.
Check-ins.
Blessing script. Oh, what's going on here? It says the default itinerary.
Yes, default itinerary. We have blessing script. And now we move to the next part of the default itinerary, which is check-ins.
That's right.
I've seen it.
Okay.
Check.
Okay, so you're going to start us off. So say that whole speech there. It should say, tell us how you feel from 0 to 1, or 0 to 10, I mean. And then we're actually going to do it. Then you're going to say, okay, Mark, you were the first one to show up in the meeting, so you can say how you're doing from 0 to 10, and the icebreaker is in the chat, if there is one, and I will put it in. I'll be your relationship builder. So, okay, so this is it. So make sure to say this icebreaker in the chat. Okay, the second one.
Okay.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay, so the moment I finish dedicating the blessings of the meeting, the next thing is check-ins.
Yes. So just follow the little script there, and it should work.
Okay. Okay, I get it. So after check-ins, is call.
Well, do the check-ins first, though. You're introducing it, like you're saying, okay, we're going to move on to check-ins, and you're going to do a check-in with me and you, right? And then we're actually going to do the check-in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What is written here is, now we move to the next part of the default itinerary, which is check-ins. And the vote is directive for 2 minutes each. So go ahead and say how you feel from 0 to 10. And
okay, and then you're yeah.
I think that's it.
But then you're supposed to. It also says about the icebreaker, right?
Yes, I thought that was the name of someone. And do the icebreaker. What does that mean, sir? Do the icebreaker.
The icebreaker is an introduction to get you to know each other. So if you look in the chat right now, I posted the icebreaker there for you.
Okay.
I just figured out why my macrons are flattening. My oven is in degrees, not Fahrenheit. Obviously, I knew that, but I've been putting it up to like 285, thinking it was 285 degrees, and it's just melting these things. I'm like, what the heck? It's supposed to be like, my oven can't even go low enough to cook these. So totally makes sense what happened. I'm probably making them right, but the heat is so intense, it's just frying them. So I figured that out just now as I'm training him here. So I'm not done cooking. I'm not going to give up on this. This is kind of an important thing. Getting people going on the blessings is important. Did you find it there? It's right there in the chat. It says, is there something that you've been dreaming of?
Well, for me,
No. You're supposed to say that as part of the introduction speech, or as part of the default itinerary. Yes. You're gonna say, "Hey guys, we're gonna move to the next part of the default itinerary, which is check-ins. Just rate yourself from 0 to 10, how you're feeling. 10 out of 10 is best in the world. 0 to 10 is the worst. And there's an icebreaker in the chat, and it goes like this: if you want to do it, it says, "Is there something that you've been dreaming of doing for a long time? Why haven't you done it?" And you know what? Mark was here first, so we're gonna start with Mark. Mark, you got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow, that's really good.
Got it? Okay.
Okay, that means that the one you wrote here is just an example.
What do you mean? Yeah, well, no, it's an example that you can use. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of icebreakers you can choose from. And you know what?
Okay.
Got it?
Meaning that one could just use his or her own initiative.
Okay.
That's nice. Now we move to the next part of the course, which is checkmate, and the quote is directive from each. So we go ahead, say how you feel 0 to 10, and do the eyes breakdown. Okay. So what am I supposed to do after now, sir?
So then you just go back to the timers and you say, "Okay, go ahead, Mark, you can speak now." And you're going to start the core timer.
Okay. Timer.
And you're going to start the core check-in timer too. Or not the core, sorry, the check-in.
So I come to this place, sir. I come to this point. Are you seeing it on your screen?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so I come to this point, and what do I do? Do I now allocate time for the check-ins?
Put 2 minutes down by the check-ins there. You'll see cycle 1 check-ins. Put 2 minutes in there, yeah.
Okay. So,
yeah, colon 00.
Is that correct?
Yes. Now start my time and then start the 2 minutes. Start my time, stop your time, and then start the 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay, so I'll now play the 2 minutes.
Well, always have one of the people's speaking times going. So start my time.
Okay.
And then go, yeah. Now start the 2 minutes. There we go. And now my check-in's starting, so I can say, "All right, thank you, Excel. I'm feeling pretty darn good still. I'm feeling like an 8.3 out of 10 because you said such amazing things. So my score went up a little bit. My macarons fried in the oven, so I feel like that was a failure. But I just figured out why. I'm cooking them way too hot. And I've crusted the tops of mine with my little heater, so I think I'll have very good success here on this next batch. This is holy food that I'm cooking too, by the way. It's holy food. So you guys doing the training and doing these meetings, every fellowship meeting that you have works as blessings towards the holy meals of the people who are on the hunger strikes. And I'm the first one on the hunger strikes. But pretty soon we can do Daniel fasts. We can do a whole bunch of things. Right, like Jesus, the first Messiah, the first time, was 40 days in the desert, right? 40 days, no food in the desert. That was an epic fast, right? 40 days and 40 nights. So we're going to be doing that because it's spiritually purifying in a lot of ways. And we're also going to go vegan at the same time because there's no eating of animals in the Garden of Eden. And if kingdom come, if the second coming is going to happen, it's got to happen on earth. That means no more eating of animals, not in the torturous way that we're doing now. So yeah, I'm feeling at 8 points. So what you do is you put my score beside the timer. I'm an 8.3. And I would say for the icebreaker, is there something I really want to do? I want to go to the mountains. and I want to be with my wife in the mountains. That's where I want to be, doing this exact work right now and traveling all around the world when we're not at home, while building the kingdom and solving the mega crisis and healing everyone and somehow traveling without exacerbating climate change. Maybe I won't have to travel because I'm on hunger strike. So yeah, that's my answer. And why haven't I done it? It's because I don't know anybody in the mountains, and I don't have the money. I sold everything to try and save humanity. So I already sold everything to save humanity. Now humanity has to come and save me. We're trying to do a counterbalance here. So that's my check-in. And yeah, I think I'm complete. And I'll choose you, Excel, or X for short, I guess. So now you do your now you stop my time. You start your timer and you stop my timer, and then you give yourself 2 minutes again, and then you do your check-in.
Okay. There we go. So start. Do I give myself 2 minutes on check-ins?
Yeah, you give everybody in the meeting 2 minutes, or whatever is the vote, right?
Okay. Wow. It's interesting.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm good, doing fine. And I'm really enlightened because I have something beautiful going on for me. It's been a cold environment, but I'm trying to put with it, looking for some level of discernment towards spiritual matters. I'm also thinking that I should be able to get the best of the little time that I've been on earth, sharing with people, helping them to develop their dreams, get some sort of grant to be able to help people here discover purpose, helping them to achieve that purpose, because basically I've discovered that a whole lot of people down there have a whole lot of dreams, but they are probably operating on purpose. What do they call it? Procrastination. So those dreams already come to pass. If they could have mentors, people to direct them, to be able to achieve the real life. So I want to use that gap to help them. Did I do that right?
Yeah, that's your. Well, then do the icebreaker. How are you feeling from 0 to 10, and then the icebreaker?
Okay. Am I supposed to allocate the time again, or just?
What's that?
I'm good. I'm doing fine. 0 to 10. I'll take 7.
7. Okay. So you put your score in your timer. If you look at the timer, I'll do it for you, but you can see I'll put your score in at 7. So here's your name. Right beside your name, you click on it and you press enter, and you can see the 7 is in there now, right?
There's nothing showing on my own screen.
Yeah, it should show on your screen. It should say 7 now. You see it there? Really? Look at your name. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down.
My screen.
There you go. Yeah. Do you see your name there?
Yes. Okay, yeah, 7. Oh.
There's the 7. Okay. So now where my name is, click on it and put my score in there, which was at 8.3.
So 8.3.
Yeah. And press enter. Yeah, and then it should be in my name. So perfect. Okay, and next on the chopping block is to do the next part of the default itinerary. Now that you and I are both complete. Right, go back to the speech, Excel, and then lead us into the core, and then we're going to do some chizzy a little bit. Are you there, Excel?
Yes, I'm there, sir.
Okay, so go to the next part of the default itinerary.
Here we are.
What's happening, Excel? Are you?
I'm there. I'm at default itinerary. I was waiting for your next instruction.
Okay, I can hear music in the background of your computer.
Okay. One of my favorite songs.
Okay, we can play it at the end of the song, at the end of the meeting, if you'd like.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, lead us to the next part of the default itinerary.
The next part of the default itinerary is the poll. Each person receives 30 seconds to say what they think the poll problem solution implementation should be for the meeting, starting with the US person. Oh, no wonder I'm always called first.
Yes. Now you're seeing it.
Okay. So, what are we supposed to do here, sir?
So you're gonna put 30 seconds on the core timer.
Okay, 30 seconds. For time.
Okay.
Okay. So, Paul, okay. So, 30 seconds.
Yeah. And then you're going to start your timer and do 30 seconds, and then you're going to do my timer. Well, actually, you know what? We're gonna get you to do the speech too. You can see you can click on the core link there. You can see it there, right? Click on that core link,
Yes.
and you can read off the speech. So try and read that speech here in a minute.
So
And
I'll play. Should I play it before I read the speech?
yes, before you read the speech, and then when you press play, actually give yourself a minute. Well, yeah, give yourself 30 seconds and get as far as you can in the speech, and then I'm going to continue after you.
This speech is. We are done check-ins. We are moving to the next default itinerary item, which is call. The vote is 30 seconds each. Popcorn turns turn, and we will start with Excel. Then graduation is going to okay, let's say push one for 1 minute 30 seconds. Usman says what the poor of meeting should about. Oh, is that it, sir?
Yeah, but instead of Usman and them, you're going to use me and you, right? That's just an example. So you and I are going
Yes,
to.
I understand.
Yeah. Give it a shot.
Okay. 30 seconds. Wow. Okay. So, what am I supposed to say? Is it what is written on Wisdom Team Programs?
No, before you go on, you're supposed to read the core. Like, go
Yeah,
to.
I'm done reading the core.
Yeah, you read the introduction to the core, but now you're supposed to actually read the core. So
Oh, so where is the core, sir?
it's in that default itinerary speech.
Okay, default itinerary. Let me share the screen.
Yeah. So let's see where you're at there.
So I'm here right now. This is where.
Yeah. Do you see that it says core there? If you click on the hyperlink core. It says it in blue there. It's in bright blue. Core.
Yes. Okay, am I supposed to click on it?
Yeah, click on that and it'll open up another speech.
Oh. Oh dear. Wow. Okay, the core of one world spirit is time compression. Saving time, true clearly defining ego wisdom. The problem.
But start the 30 seconds though. Did you start your 30 seconds?
Is it supposed to be 30 seconds?
Unless you're graduating, but you're going to do 30 seconds and then I'm going to do 30 seconds, okay? Let's try that. Well, sorry, hold on. That's how we normally do it.
Okay.
Yeah, let's
What's
do
Megacrisis? What do you mean by Megacrisis?
It's what the speech says. It's the problem that we're trying to solve with God's government, right? It's a very, very serious problem.
No, what I'm asking is, I don't know the meaning of Megacrisis.
So mega means very big, and then crisis means problem. So mega means big problem.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought it meant something.
No, that's what it
Sorry.
means.
I thought it meant something. Okay. Okay. So I'm just supposed to read this through, right?
Yeah, you read the script for as much as you can for 30 seconds, and then you pass it off to me, and then I do it for 30 seconds. It's like we're doing a handoff. Like it's like we're finishing each other's words. So you do a bit, and then I do it. We're working together to say the mission statement.
Okay. The core of one word.
But make sure to start your timer for 30 seconds, right?
Yeah. 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So I'm supposed to take just for one.
Well, as much as you can get done. It's as much as you can possibly get done. So.
Core of one word spirit is time compression, saving time through clearly defining every wisdom, problem, mega crisis, solution in two sacred sentences, implementation, flow rules, and blocks. So, core one is a problem in 15 points. As the one mega crisis, nested. Two, mega crisis as the heart of the crisis, and holy crisis under meta crisis. We have four decline in agency, 5 decrease in meaning, 6 decrease in trust, 7 decrease in coordination, 8 decrease in community spirit, love, and 9 the heart of the mental crisis is fragmented consciousness. Holy crisis from most urgent is 10 AI, 11 what does that mean? CRISPR.
It's
What's that?
it's a genetic editing tool that stands for clustered repeating interspaced palindromic repeats. But we just say CRISPR for short.
Okay, 12 is WW3.
Mm-hmm.
13 is nature and climate. 14, mental health. And point 15 is the good solution to all of them. Is universal logic and the proof of truth, which is the scientific proof of God and genius. Is that also?
That's the first part, but you're supposed to do all three of them. So you might try and read all three of them. Go ahead.
It's 2 that is here, sir. Not 3.
What's that?
Okay, 3, sorry.
Yeah, there's in total there's 3.
Okay. Can I ask a question, sir?
Yeah.
What's polycrisis?
Polycrisis just means it just means multiple problems. So there's 5 problems in the polycrisis, and those 5 crises, the 5 problems, are CRISPR, or AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health.
Okay, so what then will metacrisis mean?
Megacrisis means culture. It means the crisis of thinking.
Okay. I think I get it.
Yeah. So it's a crisis, it's a crisis of culture and meaning, right? So it's a crisis of declining agency, declining meaning, declining trust, declining coordination, and declining community spirit and love. Okay.
Let me read the second one. Is this core 2 is the solution to 2 separate sentences, environment sentence, one word spirit meetings, follow separate time, empowering with the right to using universal tools. Content sentence, one word spirit is an inner government, with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal laws. On path to my current lesson 23 to 1 is 1. Okay, on path to my current lesson 11 is 1. Colonialism, new neglected fair night. For 3 is implementation through flow rules, which are executor, things here, relationships, keeps things loving, strategies, keeps ideas track, influencer, keeps things blessed. The 4th strategy is to reach out to 28 people we already know to get 87% success will help 6 to 9 of them to build their flocks to reach the poor and start blessing exponential fast to beat AI, which will put in itself 100% in 6 months. What does this mean, sir?
It's the vision of our entire organization.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
Yeah, and we're going to repeat it every single meeting. That's what we're going to be doing as we create God's government.
Oh.
Okay, and make sure, and if you can try not to play music during the meeting because it's hard to hear you sometimes. Excel, okay? You can play it after, but during the meetings you want to be in a quiet space. Okay, but yeah, that's what we're going to do. That's what God's doing. God's government is those three core is what we're going to be doing every single meeting as the most important possible thing that we could be doing as spiritual men. Okay, so you want to memorize that. You're not just going to read it. You're supposed to memorize it with your eyes closed. Okay, and this way everybody is working towards the same vision. And that's how you create a fellowship. You have the same goal. Okay, and then in the two sacred sentences, it says flow states for all. Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and a flow state, do you know what a flow state is?
No, sir.
It is basically experiencing God on earth. Experiencing God on earth. So that's the vision. And you just said it. Your first time. Okay, so that's the course. So we're technically done. And then we move on to the next part. Technically it's 9 o'clock, so we would play the song. We'd be finished the meeting. But because it's just me and you in here, we can move into wisdom teams or into Chizzy, and I'll show you this God game, and then we can take a break, and then we can pick it up again tomorrow. So go back to the default itinerary.
Default itinerary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So what we have next is wisdom team program.
That's right. You got it.
Since we are done with course, so welcome to the wisdom team,
Mm-hmm.
where you can talk about universal programs of the world, particular problems with the group performance and individual wrenches in your life that prevents you from helping him. It's free flow for 10 minutes. Go ahead.
So what are the 3 words that are the most important there?
Problems, particular problems. Okay. I think it's problems with performance in
Close, but it's actually universal, particular, and individual. Those are God level words. If you don't know those words and how to use them, the fellowship will break. Sounds strange, I know, but it's divine. And yeah, we can talk about any problems that we want, but since we're practicing, we'll just sort of skip it for now and say, okay, we talked about it in the first hour. Artificial intelligence is really the thing that we have to align with God right away. Okay? So if you know Buddy Excel, that's a Christian artificial intelligence programmer. We need to send them the proof of truth and the artificial intelligence document of how to align AI with God. Do you know anybody?
Say that again, sir.
Do you know anybody who works in AI?
Okay, no, not that true. I'm not really this computer guy.
Okay.
Although right now I'm trying to study cybersecurity
Ah,
online. Anyway.
okay. We need to basically align an AI with God within the next month or two, very, very quickly. Or else AI is going to potentially kill us all or enslave us. So if you know anybody in the church community that knows somebody who works in AI, we need to talk to them very quickly. Okay? All right.
Yes.
That's the wisdom teams there. So if you can do that by the next meeting, that'd be great. I know that you guys are struggling with your mother. I didn't know you guys were related. So I appreciate you coming in. Okay. Let's do one last thing before we stop for tonight. Or your afternoon. Let's do the next part of the default itinerary. And you're going to want to switch the timers. The timers should be switching. You should be giving some time to each one of the timers. The wisdom team timers, the Chizzy timers. Each timer should be reset at each stage.
There's no. Okay. Circle 3 wisdom token. So it's supposed to be 12 minutes.
Yeah, normally 12 minutes, but we're done that already. So let's go on to Chizzy, and we're out of time, but let's do 10 minutes of Chizzy. I'm going to get you to choose. I'm going to get you to do one more God activity in the power of the word, and then we'll play the song, and I'll pick a song this time since it should be me, and then we'll close her down for tonight, and then you can come in tomorrow. What's that?
There's no cheese.
There's no Chizzy.
There's no cheese.
Really? Let me see. Chizzy. If you go to part number 5, it says Chizzy in the default itinerary.
No, I'm talking about. No, it's on default. I'm talking about timer.
But you might have to create another timer that says cycle 4 or cycle 5 and make it into a Chizzy. Yeah, make it cycle. Well, we should make a cycle 3, but we're done now. So make a cycle 4 and make it into a Chizzy timer. Yeah.
So that means we can create.
Mm-hmm.
Can create, right?
Yeah, but you want to make it a cycle. So put cycle 3 first, and then put Chizzy underneath that as cycle 4.
Is that correct?
I just logged out of the computer by accident. Hold on. I pressed the wrong button. Okay. Let me see here. Well, it should be a close enough for now. Yep. It's close enough for now. So put 10 minutes on the Chizzy timer, and we're going to start the Chizzy.
Okay.
Got it there? Perfect. Yeah, put 12 minutes on, or 10 minutes on the Chizzy.
Okay, 12 minutes. So I should put the 12 minutes there.
Mm-hmm.
Did I get it right?
Yes, perfect. And then you and I will take a turn to do one more placement. Okay. One more placement. Okay, so in Chizzy, we say our tribes. And those tribes, actually, there's the Chizzy primer. So I'll put the Chizzy primer in the chat right now. Where are you, Chizzy primer?
Default. CN taunt your opponent or someone else by picking a sensuous characteristics to make fun of in a good faith family. For example, I don't know what gender in tribe 1 is eating, but she needs to go vegan so that she is thinking right to get into tribe 5. The truth tribe or your brain isn't working right, man, because your ear is so wrong. It's putting too many nutrients and making you choose the wrong tribe. Oh, I see. That's what cheese is about.
That's like, yep, well, that's the taunt, yeah, but then you're supposed to say the whole Chizzy speech. So yes. Then you just pick your tribe, you say it. So here, I'll just do the Chizzy primer. There's 4 questions there. It goes, my tribe, my name is Mark, my tribe is tribe 5.
Oh,
Who's that?
okay, I get it.
Okay, so yeah, so go ahead and say your tribe.
We have people coming over, seeing him. He's shortness of breath, so I already know what that means. So it's,
Who's that?
slowly
I can hear somebody else.
But they gave him something great. My uncle and my cousin.
Can you, there's somebody else speaking on your connection. Can you quiet them for a second?
I've seen him twice, so yeah. So people coming over this week. Everybody gonna come over.
Hold on, I think somebody else is on.
Something like that. So I had to start the crying this morning, so she
Hold
made
on.
me a little emotional. Because she got used to really cold, you know. So.
Okay. Sorry, go
I
ahead.
hear what you said, but
No, there was somebody else on the line. Yeah, go ahead and say the Chizzy primer.
okay. What we have here is we are moving to the next part of the project. For our 3 judges, we have Judge 1, Judge 2, Judge 3. The topic is, do you have the ultimate solution to humanity? Current Megacrisis. Can you prove it? Let's go into round 1. Let's keep it clean and subjective. Participant 1, please go ahead to Chizzy Primer. Chizzy Primer, what is your tribe? And did it change since last time? Slogan and time. Where do you place pure God and pure thing? What question do you have for other people? Is there any nuclear dialectics you want to talk about? Oh. Okay. Is that all, sir? Or I'm supposed to repeat, talk about tribe 1, tribe 2, tribe 3?
No, you're supposed to choose your tribe. So now you're going to say your tribe. And then you're going to taunt me. And then you're going to say, where do you put pure being and pure God? And then you're going to ask me a question about the word of God. Okay?
I tried to strike 1.
Uh-huh.
And okay, I'm supposed to ask the question, where do you place pure God and pure people? Is that?
Yeah. It's for you. You're supposed to do that first, and then I'll do it after you.
Okay. I didn't really get that pure God and pure being sentence. Just that I just tried to answer that first thing. But what does it mean?
That's the point of me asking you. So what do you see on the bottom link there? It says CHSI screen, Chizzy screen.
Yes.
So click on that and open that up and share that screen. and we're going to create your tribe. And then I'll show you where you put pure being and pure God. This is the word game of God right here.
I'm sharing the screen now.
Okay, so go scroll. See on the bottom, it says topics, and then topics 2 nested.
Say that again.
Do you see on the bottom, it says topics?
Yes.
You're going to scroll. Do you see the arrows on the far right side? No, don't scroll down. Just move your mouse to the very bottom of the screen. Yes. Now turn. Do you see those arrows? Yeah, go down. It says topics. Yeah. So it says Heidi. But scroll on the bottom of your screen with the arrows all the way to the end. No, not that one. Below that, it'll say Lexi. On the very bottom of the screen, you're going to see arrows on the right side. No, down below that, where the sheets are. Yeah, down there. Go right, go right, go right.
Right.
Yeah, go to the right, go to the right. Yeah,
Keep.
yeah, exactly. Go to the right. That's right. Go to the right. Keep going right there. So click that arrow button. Yeah, all the way to the end. Okay, and you're at the end now. So do you see where it says? That's right. Use the arrow and go back a little bit more, or click on Fabiha. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, you see her tribe, right?
Try 5.
Yeah, so copy hers, go to file, or go down to the tab again, where her name is in the bottom of the screen, and click the arrow beside her name, and then click and open the menu. Yeah, and then click duplicate. Yeah, click Yes, click duplicate.
It's not showing any.
Try it again.
Yes.
Okay. So now there's a copy. You're going to rename it your name. And you're going to say, this is Excel's sheet, or Excel. Click on the bottom and just say rename.
It's there. Okay. But this track 5. I'm not in track 5.
That's why we're going to change it to your tribe. So once you put your name there, yep. Now you're going to put where Fabiha's name is, you're going to put your name there. Your first and last name, Excel. And you're going to change the font to whatever font that you want.
I should change the tribe, right?
You can change the tribe, but change the font to the font that represents you of your name. Go click on your name, Excel.
Sir?
Go click on your name.
Yes.
Yeah. And then put your last name too. And now, perfect. Now put, click on your name once and then change the font.
The front.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's right beside the note. Yeah, right there. Yeah. And choose one that feels like you. There you go. All right. Okay, so now you're going to change it to tribe 1. but you're going to try and copy it so that, do you remember which order tribe 1 was in?
Tribe 1.
Tribe 1 was spirit, nature, logic.
Yes, spirit, nature, and logic.
Okay, so you're going to stay with that?
The truth is, I don't really know what they mean, so I choose it on, as in, I just would like call intuition or what. I don't really know what they mean, so I don't know which one is the right tribe. I would have preferred to know what they mean so that I know where exactly.
Okay, so we're just going to switch these around. So your tribe is this one, like this. Okay? There we go. That's tribe 1. Spirit, nature, logic. All right? But you haven't placed these yet, so we're going to do this. Okay, so spirit, nature, logic. So this column right here is the first most foundational word. So this word comes first. This is the first word of all words. And then the next word that depends on it, it comes next. And then the last word depends on the first 2 words. It's kind of like a tree. Like the tree of life. Spirit would be the seed, nature would be the trunk, and logic would be the branches. Okay? That's how you should think of it. So in terms of your ideology or how you think God structured the world, is the seed spirit, or is the seed nature, or is the seed logic? What's the right order of these? So you're thinking that spirit is the first, nature is the second, and logic is the third.
Okay, I think the spirit. Okay.
So you can keep it there. You can always change it later. You can definitely change it later. What's that?
No, I said you mean I can still change it.
Yeah, you can change it anytime. So even when you're outside the meeting, you can go back there and say, yeah, during the day you had an epiphany and you changed it. But for now, we'll keep it to this one. And what we'll do is we'll now get you to do the second part of the Chizzy primer, which is choose where you would put the words pure being and pure God. So underneath each one of these, think of each one of these words like a container. It can hold a bunch of words within it. So when I tell you to place a word, you're going to place it within the container that it feels most aligned with. So if I say pure being, does pure being belong in, or if I say pure God, let's start with that. Let's say pure God. Do you put pure God in spirit, or nature, or logic, or all 3, or just 2, or where do you put it? What's that?
I'm not really. I think I will need time to really get this far. You
can always change it, right? We're just going off your intuition, and usually our intuitions are sometimes right, but sometimes wrong. So right now we're just saying where does your intuition want to put them, and then we're going to discuss them in future meetings. So right now, within 10 seconds, where does it feel right to put God? Do you want to put God in spirit, nature, or logic? Which one? Just by intuition. Take like literally 10 seconds. Which one?
Am I supposed to write it or type it?
You're supposed to copy it into the right place, so I can do it for you. So does it go here? Does it go here? Oh, sorry, hold on. Does it go here? What is happening here? Hold on. Oh, you're gonna do it? Okay, go ahead. Yeah, you could just paste it in there if you want. Or does it go here? Does it go in here or does it go in here? You got it? Just say one. Just say spirit, nature, logic. Which one do you want to put it in? You can think about it later. We're just gonna get you used to practicing. So it could be wrong. Who cares? It's just we want to put it in just so that you know that you can change it later.
So what am I supposed to do next?
Tell me, where does pure being belong? In spirit, in nature, or logic? And just say spirit, nature, or logic.
I think pure being is supposed to be nature, pure God is spirit. Abi?
Okay, so this what feels right to you just off the beginning, like that.
Mhm.
Does that feel right to you?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, great.
Sounds more like
Yeah. Okay, so we're done. And do you have one question for me about my tribe?
what am I supposed to ask? It's a random question.
You could ask me anything like, well, where do I put pure being? Where do I put pure God? Or where do you put Jesus? Where do you can ask any question. You go, what tribe are you in, Mark? Or you can ask any questions about how we place these words, or if this is really how God does this. Like what's you can ask any question about that process. What's so godly about this? Why do you place the words here? What words can you place, like Prophet Muhammad? Where would you put that? Where would you put the word consciousness? What about synchronicity? You can ask any question about to me to say, well, who's in the right tribes? Because we all want to be in God's tribe, in the right tribe, right? So we're gonna get down to, you can ask me, well, am I in tribe one with you? You could ask that question.
There's the question. There is something here, the root. Is there any nuclear dialectics you want to talk about? Can that be the question?
It could be, but for me, no. I'm in tribe 5, and I put pure being in logic, and pure God right after pure being in logic. And my question to you would be, why did you put pure being in nature, Excel?
Okay. So I can ask you, why did you put pure being in nature, right?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm asking you that right now. Why did you put it in pure in nature?
Okay. Not because I really understand it, but because I just feel that should be it. That's just my thing. I just felt that should be it.
Okay, it feels like pure being is in nature. Go ahead.
I just feel because there is being there. So I just feel this should be about nature.
Okay, great. All right. For me, I put pure being in logic.
Oh,
And we can discuss that next time. But this is your tribe, right? In the future, in God's government, people are going to be passing these little tribes around. So you and Eketi, your sister, have similar but different tribes. If you go to Eketi's tribe, you'll see where she puts things. Where is it? Eketi. So if you look at hers, oh, you and her think similarly. Interesting. But okay, that's a good practice round. Excel. We did quite a bit here. So a few more training sessions, and hopefully you can start running the meetings, at least at base level with Eketi. But you can start to see that we have a lot of process here, and we've been developing this for many meetings, and this is the best way to have meetings that creates fellowship. Okay? At first it doesn't feel like it, but once you start to learn the rules, it picks up very quickly and it starts to create blessedness. Okay? But other than that, we are about half an hour over. We did good. But practice with Eketi and keep coming into the meetings. And if it's just me in here, then me and you can discuss and train. But I really like what you said earlier. I think that you'll understand this very soon. Okay?
okay, sir.
All right. Think about it. Stay blessed. Have a wonderful, rest of your day. And hopefully, if you can come to the ultra tomorrow, then you can try and play a different role tomorrow. Okay, are you able to come tomorrow? What time is it? Tomorrow is actually no, it's in your nighttime, right? Because it's the morning where you are right now, right? It's like 4 a.m. where you are, right?
Yeah, it's about 2-6 a.m.
Okay, so yeah, tonight, your time, we're going to have another meeting. And if you can come to that one, or in your afternoon, at I think 3 o'clock in the afternoon, your time, if you can come, yeah, then you can try and pick a role. And we'll try and get you trained up here. Okay?
Okay, sir. No problem, sir.
All right. We'll see you in roughly 10 hours, I think. I think it's going to be 9.5 hours or so. Okay.
So is this the part that I'm supposed to be playing the song?
Yeah, we can end with the song. So I guess I'm supposed to play the song. Why don't we play this one? I think this is the song that I played when I first met Eketi. It's called. If you look in the chat, I'll give you the link, and the link is. It's called Holy Spirit Come. Okay, and it's by Patrick Mayberry. So I'll pass it to you right now. Okay, do you see it there in the chat? Do you see it there? Oh, you're going to play your own song. We're supposed to rotate the person who plays the song each meeting so that it stays fair. But I think you'll like the song that I'm going to send you anyway. So it's a nice Christian song for you. Or I played the Blessing with that one. But yeah. Go ahead and play this, the one that I put in the chat. And then this way you know to rotate, okay? You got to play the song last time.
Must be Christian songs, right?
No, it can be any songs. It's whatever the person who chooses wants to play. Okay, so it's always the person who's newest or who has the lowest score. We rotate it, so it's always fair. Okay, so you got to play last hour, so I'll play this hour. And I put the link in the chat if you want to open it, and we'll just play that one, and then we'll call it a day. Call it a night anyway.
Okay. No problem, sir.
Okay.
I appreciate.
I appreciate you coming
Thank you
too.
very much, sir.
Well, thank you.
So, it's for continuing.
Do you know where the chat is? Excel, do you know where the chat is? Oh, there it is. Okay, you posted it. Right above that is another link. That's the link to the song. I'll post it here again. If you copy that and play that song, that's the song for me. And then when you introduce the song, you DJ it. You say, okay, we're going to play the song in honor of Mark because he did X, Y, something good. And then you're going to play the song. And you do that for anybody who chooses the song, right? So let's say that Ekieti was in here.
Oh, okay. 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 Yeah, the song has to be in honor of someone.
That's right. Well, it's in honor of the person picking the song.
But must it be a Christian song?
It doesn't have to be.
Okay. Okay, I get it. I get it. Wow. So there's this song was done by a friend, and it's not a Christian song, but it was done by a friend.
Okay, let's listen to your friend's song and then play my song right after yours. Oh, I can't hear it though. You need to stop sharing your screen.
Let me increase the volume.
I can't hear it.
Don't know what
You have to stop sharing your screen. Yeah, you just have to stop sharing your screen, Excel.
Okay.
Okay, stop. And then once it's stopped,
Maybe it's not loud.
you just have to go down to that bottom button with presentation, click on it, and say stop sharing.
Let me play this.
I can't hear the sound though. You have to stop sharing your screen first. Do you hear me, Excel?
Can you hear this one?
No, I can't hear it. You have to stop sharing your screen. Yeah, just go to the bottom and click stop sharing your screen if you can. This is crazy. Okay, look at the screen for a second. Excel, I'm going to show you how to do what I'm telling you to do. Can you see my screen that's now shared? Do you see it, Excel? Excel, do you see where my screen is? Are you there, Excel? Excel, can you hear me?
I'm here, sir.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see.
Okay, so when you share your screen, there's 3 modes to share. And I'm going to share my entire screen with you right now. So you can see what I'm doing here. Okay, you can see my whole screen?
Yes.
Okay, so when you click down here at this bottom button, right, you can see down here. Can you see it? This bottom button down here.
Okay.
Right, you see? When you click this button to share, do you see which button I'm about to press? I'm going to press present something else.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, I get it.
Okay, can you see my screen, Excel?
Yes, sir.
Do you see this button down here that I pressed? Can you see me pressing it?
Yes.
This is the present button, right? So if I go present something else, can you see the screen that popped up?
Yes.
What does it say up top here?
What's written here is Spirit Man is presenting.
Okay, that's right. I guess it's not showing the screen. Okay, I'm gonna take a picture then. Take a picture. This. I'm gonna show you the 3 buttons that you need to choose when you're gonna play music. So those buttons are right about here. Okay. All right, 1 second. It's just loading my screen up. Okay, got it. So I'm going to show you that when you don't choose the tab mode when you're sharing your screen, it won't play the music. So let's go full screen. All right. Okay, so now you can see my screen again, right, Excel? Okay. So now, do you see this menu on the screen right now?
Are you there, sir?
Yes. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
What does it say at the top right here? Can you read this?
Yes, I'm seeing.
Okay, what does it say? It says, what are the top 3 options right here? Can you hear me, Excel?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Can you read the 3 options at the top?
It's, okay. I've been able to. Okay, so Okay. That's cool. Okay.
Yeah, so you don't want to share entire screen. You want to share tab. Only the tab.
There are three this thing here.
Yeah, and you only want to click the tab version.
Yes, I'm on the tab.
Okay, so share the tab again, and then it should play your song.
Okay. Oh, wow. Very easy.
Okay, I can hear it. There you go. Now we got it. Perfect. Oh, I gotta restart the stream. Shoot. Okay. John Smith, I see you. I see your post in there. Oh, I got 3 minutes left. Here's what happened to the other batch of macrons. So they actually turned out really good. They were actually standing up. Look at it. They're like super soft. It's melting them. It's not actually cooking them. I might need to add quite a bit more sugar. Who knows? But I turned my oven temperature way down, and they didn't flatten. And I actually took them out, and that's when they started to flatten. When I took them out, and I put them back in, and they didn't flatten as hard. But it's definitely a temperature issue. So I have a little bit of this left, a little bit of the batter left. So we could technically make one more batch. Technically, you know what? I'm gonna try and whip this before I start the other stream here. I'm gonna try and whip it, and let's see if we can salvage it because it's already too wet. It probably won't go. Yeah, it's too wet. So let's see if we can rejuvenate it, even with the almond flour in there, which is heavy, very heavy. Okay. Totally ruined it. Wow. Okay, so it wasn't gonna sit anyway. It was melting. Like we might have got one fork full on, but I guess that's it for our macron days. I should have just took them like as foam, and they just put foam on foam and made it look like it was a macron. But whatever. I just really don't have any money left to buy another can of aquafaba. I do have this aquafaba though. Like we could try and blend this, but this is even less likely to blend properly. I know I've tried a lot. But you know, let's give it a shot and see. So we're gonna pour this out. Wow, it got really crusty along here. If it gets this hard, I think it would cook great. But it takes like 6 hours for it to get this hard. You know, let's do an experiment. Or if I heat that, let's make a little cake of this and see if it'll shred it or if it'll work. What time is it? 6:56. Okay, we got technically 10 minutes left. We started. Okay. So we're going to take these. Okay, we're going to heat this and we're going to see if it will cook right. Well, these guys are already kind of fried, so luckily I did save that one batch. Wow, this is going on forever. All right. Okay. Let's scrape the edges of this and see what we can create. All right, let's try this little experiment. In she goes. Turn that on, and we'll turn this off here.